Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm actually starting a stream in the morning for once. And not, like, super late. How's everybody doing? This music is stupid. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Almacia, Cuba, Reg, Mortis, Ebs Nerdity, Zetsubera, K Price, MP83, Mazanaga.
Fantastic.
Mazanaga, thank you for the host. Wait, MP83, thank you for the host. Ebs Nerdity, thank you for the host. I'm out of it. Hey, Hefe Hertz. This music is from Buck Rogers. It is actually from Buck Rogers. Countdown to Doomsday, the game we're going to be playing today. This is Battle Theme. This is actually, you won't find this. You won't find this VGZ anywhere else online. This is my own personal stash that I ripped from the game myself. Personal. Oh, also, I thought of a great joke. Hi, Breakfast Secrets. Welcome. Thought of a great joke. Almacia, don't you think ray guns did enough damage in the 1980s? Get it? Anyway, yeah, this music is stupid, but it's the real music. Let's switch over to doodad time, because I don't actually have most of this stuff prepared. What I want to do, let's see here. Not you. This one will work. Load 4. 7. 7 is the one I want. It is. It is. Well, I would argue the damage was global. What are you doing, Genesis? Why aren't you working? This is worrying. Hitting a signal. But the signal is a black screen. This isn't great. This isn't a great situation. Let me see. What does Vision tell me? What does Vision tell me about this? Vision tells me... Oops. Vision tells me this is a black screen. A little dust there, but this cartridge hasn't come out of the slot. Same behavior. Okay. Well, that's worrying. That's a little worrying. Yeah, I just reseated it. I haven't touched any of this stuff. That's okay, we can do this another way. I just happen to have this folder handy. This here. Yeah, I was gonna play the wonderful music from the game. while we look at and talk about it. It's unlikely I'll actually play the Genesis version of the game. Specifically, hey Lady Angel, how are you? The Genesis ROM. Why do I not? That's fine. I know where this is. Here, console. I didn't move that yet. Buck. Biggity Buck Rogers. Buck Rogers Countdown to Doomsday. Here it is. Here it is. We'll pause this. We'll see if we've if we've broken Fusion here. Oh, no. Well, not the part that I care about. There we go. There we go. We've got Buck Rogers music. Buck Rogers music, folks. How do I do this? How was I doing this? I had to do Chrome, didn't I? Because you can't capture Firefox. I'm extremely unprepared, by the way, folks. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Let's look at the art for this. I don't know why the music's going bonkers. Yeah, you can't capture Firefox. Cannot be captured. Yeah, let's have a look here. Let's capture, window capture. Good. There we go. Let's see, window capture. There we go. Here's window capture. Okay, so here we are. Buck Rogers, Countdown to Doomsday. Science fiction role-playing computer game, Volume 1. Oh, right, it goes through the different music. Excellent. Oh my, that's loud. Hold on. We're gonna get good Genesis sound effects in the background. So there's a number of releases. There's a number of releases. That's US, Amiga Box, Science Fiction Computer, Rollenspiel, Tile 1. There's a Commodore 64 version, which I actually wasn't aware of. I thought they had moved beyond C64 at this point. Oh, let me...
Terranise comatose.
Ultimo, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, the Terrines. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. We're gonna do a version comparison before we dig into the game, because there's a number of different versions of the game. Here's the discs. There's some big discs. Free TSR novel, first power play inside. Here's the DOS cover. What do we want? What does it want for a, what does it want for a PC for this? PCs, XTs, ATs, PS2s, and Tandy 1000 series. 640K, CGA, EGA, TGA, VGA, MCGA. AdLib sound card. Supports AdLib. When they say it supports AdLib, they mean it has like one title song and that's it. By the way, that's what that means. There's a better scan of the box. It looks like, yeah, much higher resolution. I love that one of these guys just has a, like, halberd for some reason. Ray guns and halberds. Which I don't think you can actually get in the game. Yeah, and then there's the discs, the manual, the Germany release. We get the lovely sounds of combat on the Genesis in the background. Space halberd, yeah. Yeah, a mono halberd. It's got a monofilament edge. Promo art. Let's have a look. Oh, man. Gold in the city. U.S. Look at this. Fuck. Look at all these U.S. golds. That's a terrifying sight. That is a terrifying sight. To any knowledgeable gamer. Yeah, it's just that one picture. They got that one picture that they use literally everywhere. Blast into the far-flung future with an all-new premium role-playing adventure game from SSI's Special Projects team. Create a team of space-hardened pros and join Buck Rogers and his daring band of rebels in the fight to free the solar system from a powerful despotic government. Countdown to Doomsday features a specially enhanced version of SSI's award-winning AD&D computer FERP system that gives you 40 to 100 hours of state-of-the-art computer role-playing. Countdown to Doomsday. In this future war, the best weapon is a blast from the past. Blue Book available. Available for IBM Amiga C64-128. They don't mention the Genesis version in this, which is just as well, because the Genesis version, for some reason, both the emulator and the actual Mega Drive are having issues. It's gonna bug me. Bug me. But yeah, so they've got just this one picture that they reused a lot. It was, who is it? You're the hunter from the future. And yeah, this game got, like, Amiga, C64, and DOS releases as is, but then there's, a different SKU for the Genesis version. Let's look that up. Buck Rogers Countdown. Should find it. Yeah, Genesis. A year later. The Sega Genesis version. Hold on a second. What did that say? Okay. I thought that said 1991 for DOS, which didn't make any sense to me. Yeah, so there's the NTSC version, which is the same picture, once again, 8 meg with battery backup. Science fiction role-playing game. Hey, Tobor. Yeah, we're playing Buck Rogers. We're doing the, like, lore time pre-game stuff. Greed, pollution, and cosmic war have brought the Earth to the brink of destruction. Now you must join forces with rocket jock Buck Rogers on a combat mission to destroy the evil Empire's ultimate weapon, the dreaded Doomsday device. Command intergalactic warriors in heated tactical combat against vicious sand squid and dozens of other alien life forms. Is this is from the computer version, I think. This picture is from the computer version.
I can hear strange music. It's really eerie here. I feel as if I'm in a strange world.
Intergalactic Warriors.
Intergalactic Warriors. Is that the Genesis version? I thought the Genesis version had like, not squares, but like an angled thing. It's hard to tell with the outdoor stuff, though. It's hard to tell with the outdoor stuff. We'll have to take a look. This is definitely from the Genesis version. With the little thing there. One player, 16-bit cartridge. It does have the blue outline, though. The blue outline is Genesis. The computer versions use gold. So, blast hostile ram ships out of the sky with your lasers, missiles, or cannons. Encounter Venusians, Terrans, and other extraterrestrial beings from uncharted worlds. A hostile revolution is at hand. Combat is no longer a thing of the past. Tactical land-based and first-person ship-to-ship. First-person. This is a static thing, by the way. Elaborate role-playing character generation system with multiple races, professions, and skills that you can't use. Discover and use over 50 different items. Manage inventory and easy-to-use point-and-click inventory system. It's the same system as the gold box. 8 meg battery backup. Well, kind of. It's not exactly point-and-click, though. 40-page hint book included in the manual with maps. So they just... EA made a smart choice. They just stuffed the fucking hint book right in the manual. As they always did. And, I think that was a good choice of theirs. I want to see the combat. So this is what the Genesis version looks like when you're walking around, as opposed to the like first-person dungeon crawling bits. You get that instead. Yeah, and then combat looks like this, and it's hard to tell because a lot of this stuff is very similar at a distance to the combat. Exploring the surface of Mars, you get the little thing, kind of similar to Starflight, actually. Battle on the Martian surface. See, this looks different than what's in the other screen, the back of the box screenshot, right? Mars. And these character models all look different too. They're not, they have facing where the other ones don't. I think they used a graphic of combat on the PC version for the back cover shot here. Yeah, because none of the characters have facing on this. This is, I'm pretty sure, one of the ones from the PC version. I don't know. Hard to tell. But we'll be looking at all the different versions in a minute. That's one of the first things that I want to do is figure out which version we're going to play. You know what? Hold on. Give me a second here. I need to do something for my own sanity. Need to do something here. A little bit of a detour. I apologize, folks.
My God, that's fantastic.
Sotomontes RPGs, thank you for the host. Welcome, everyone. We're here listening to the soundtrack of Buck Rogers for the Genesis. I need to test something though. I've discovered that, unfortunately, my Genesis isn't booting up. The flash cartridge isn't booting up. So I gotta test something, but in order to do that, I need a couple of tools. I need a couple of things. So I'll be right back. I will be right back. Right. Let's test. Let's test. But first, before you can test, gotta make sure the cartridge itself is clean. One of the symptoms of a dirty cartridge is that it'll do exactly the problem that I'm seeing right now. Isn't that gross? Loose carts pick up a lot of gunk. I don't take the best care of my stuff, unfortunately. Alright, round 2. Usually 2 rounds. Wet, dry is enough. Yeah. Pretty good. So for those who are just joining us, I was gonna boot up Buck Rogers on the Genesis so that we could have this music in the background. I had to load it up on emulator. Even the emulator's a little a little messed up right now. To get the sound, the emulator doesn't actually have well, that sucks. That sucks. Hey, Easy 8. I will have to diagnose that offline then. I'll have to diagnose that offline. That'll suck. It's not. It doesn't fucking matter. It can introduce a small amount of moisture, which in the long term is extremely minorly bad, but it's less bad than getting dust in your cartridge contacts. While we're here, we'll try one other cartridge. I think I cleaned, you know what? This one I actually cleaned. Yeah, I cleaned this one recently. Because I wanted to know, what it was. ran this recently, too. I wonder what happened. Couldn't be a cap. It's been run recently enough that the caps shouldn't be an issue. Wonder if I haven't taken the Mega EverDrive out of the socket, out of the cart slot in like 6 months. So I can't imagine it's dirt in the... I can't imagine it's dirt... Well, no, it's getting power. It's powering up. It's just not reading the cart. Yeah, I'll have to look at that. It's gonna bother me, but there's nothing I can do now. Unless we want to turn this into a full-blown surgery stream with a possibly extremely sad outcome. It's okay. It doesn't really make a difference for the Genesis. It's got a pretty solid cart slot. Yeah, no, it's not loading the game. It's acting as if there's no cartridge inserted. The last time I had this problem with this, Perma. I had this problem when I first dug this Genesis out of storage, and it was a dirty cart slot. So, and like I've had that EverDrive in there for, like I said, 6 months. So if it was gonna stop working, it's got to be something else, and I don't think it would be the what am I trying to say? I wonder if I can get this thing to normal. Can I set this up? That should do it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. No, I tried two other regular carts. No, I'm saying, like, since I've had the same cart in there for 6 months, there's a couple of things I can rule out. Yeah, I've had this. I got this secondhand from, like, a bunch of audio equipment that was in a barn. That was in a barn somewhere that some guy had been using back in, like, the 80s for their local cover band. So this has been in use. So, I was saying I can rule out dirt in the cartridge slot as a cause, right? Because the same cartridge was in there for 6 months. I can rule out, like, contact problems in terms of, like, how the cartridge is seated and stuff like that, for the most part, because the cartridge was in there for 6 months and working the whole time. Yeah, exactly. I got this one in 2004. But possible problems are like, well, so it couldn't be the contacts, right? Because it couldn't be the contacts because the same cartridge was fitted for a long time, right? Nothing happens that makes the cartridge like fall out. Well, so that's the Easy 8. That's a good question, and the answer is it depends on the specific core. It's possible it's a cap of some kind, But No Caps blew up right now. And I used this like a week ago or something, and it was fine. It had no issues. No issues at all. There could be... It's possible. It's possible there's some stuff that's stopped working, but... no, I think we can rule out the cart because we tried both Ghouls and Ghosts and Might and Magic 2. And neither of those work either. The Mister is fantastic. The Mister is it's excellent. Handler. Alright, we got a complete look at a complete real software from SteelNet. So let's do that. That'll be a good distraction. I had something I was gonna... I know. Oh, thanks. It makes a lot of stuff really easy with streaming. Because I have all the consoles looped through this Alesis as a side chain so that it like compresses everything before it gets to OBS, so I don't have to worry about blowing people's ears up. And I have a physical volume knob within Thank you. I appreciate your kind words. Let me find a complete real software for SteelNet here. I don't think I did this one yet. You ready, SteelNet? I've got something special here. Something special. I don't know why I have this. I forget if I got this from a friend because he wanted to play it on Xbox or something. Yeah, we'll deal with the Genesis later. I'll probably take a look at that offline, because I probably need to take it apart and actually visually inspect it, take the shield off and all that stuff. I do want to play Buck Rogers today, so I want to get to that. But it will be bugging me why that stopped working. I have some other resources to ask as well. So yeah, I forget if I got this because my friend picked it up and they were like, I think I'm just gonna play this on Xbox instead. Or if it was on sale or something, but I think I gave my friend like $40 and they gave me this copy because they were like, I don't give a shit. Hey, Chiz, how are you? Welcome. But yeah, we've got this. We've got this. This is complete. Complete something. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Collector's Edition from Bethesda Softworks and 2K. Best of E3. Many awards. Many awards. Turn the tide of darkness. The Empire ready to crumble. The gates of oblivion open. And demons march upon the land. You must find the lost heir to the throne and unravel the sinister plot that threatens to destroy all of Tamriel. Oblivion Collector's Edition includes Pocket Guide to the Empire, Making of Oblivion documentary, Imperial Septim coin. The coin isn't in this box. I have it somewhere. It's somewhere in a little dish of doodads that I had. Live another life in another world. Create and play any character you can imagine From the noble warrior to the sinister assassin, their imagination is very narrow. Next generation graphics, unprecedented visuals including lifelike towns, dungeons, and realistic forests.
This is Todd. I'm glad you bought Oblivion, but don't forget the sequel is available on everything. Please buy it.
Jack Tremiel. Ultimo, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Todd. Yes, Skyrim is available on literally everything. First-person melee and magic, an all-new combat and magic system brings first-person role-playing to a new level. And yeah, we've got some of the, I think these are actually like E3 shots on the box. They're like the same screenshots they used everywhere. Now check this out. It's got this big old hunk of content in here. Respond to a message real quick. So, yeah, we've got this cool Oblivion Gate in-game screenshot, basically. And the Oblivion symbol here. You want to see something funny? You want to see something funny? From an injury I got many years ago. I have, let's see if you can see it. I have the Oblivion symbol as a scar on the palm of my hand, which I got from like 4 years before Oblivion was released. I was Oblivion Tamriel reference. Turn down this That's better. That's better. We just need a little Buck Rogers. No. But yeah, I have a scar in the shape of roughly the Oblivion symbol on the palm of my hand from used to be a party trick that I would do that I could open bottles with my bare hands. And at one point, I was opening a bottle and the cap, like, came free more easily than I thought it would, and it spun around somehow like this, maybe, or something, or like spun all the way around that way, and the two like, you know how there's like the little edges on bottle caps, the two of those little teeth, I'll call them teeth, like just bit in right there and cut it. And then I was like, I don't like doctors, so I was like, yeah, I'll just bandage this up, put some antibiotic on it, bandage it up and whatever. And you know, if you if you get a serious cut and you don't get stitches, you'll have a scar, of all things, believe it or not. Oh, these are special renders, actually. They're just using the in-game models for the armor and stuff. But yeah, we've got these. We've got a churl and a blade here. During a class on kitchen safety. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that, Rain. No, it's using the I was wrong. The face render. Whoops. The face here is clearly not an in-game Oblivion face. But the armor model is the same model, same base model they use for in-game. It's surprising what you can do if you have an engine that, like, I mean, obviously it's post-edited, but yeah, they're using like the same bump maps and stuff. They're just using like higher quality renderer, but same assets. The face is different though. I wonder if maybe they edited that face in directly. Oh yeah, it looks like they might have just edited the face in post. I don't think they rendered that. I think that's just like a photograph or something. But yeah, the game disc is missing because it's in a it's somewhere else because I actually used it for a while. But all the other stuff, all the doodads and stuff, whoa, are in here. Yeah, look at all this stuff. All of this stuff. So you got, whoa. You got the manual here. Now, most of the stuff in the manual, like, most of the stuff up to about here, all this stuff is just like how to play the game. And then they give you a description of the races, which is kind of neat. They've got this manual, like, unique art for the manual that I don't think appears anywhere in game, which I think is really cool. I drew up these little pictures of everybody. That's a good Khajiit. It won't focus on it, but it's a good Khajiit. The Khajiit has like punk dreadlocks. And they give you a description of the attributes, but they're all very vague. All very vague. And then descriptions of the skills and stuff. They do tell you exactly what, they tell you the same stuff as in-game, like what the, stuff that's, thank you, Grizzleby, thank you. Very kind of you to say. And they give you, like, a list of the spells and stuff in here. Mysticism, alteration. They tell you about alchemy. And then, like, the rest of this... oh! That's good! So the rest of this is, like, about 2/3 of this manual is just, how to play, how to install the game, how to buy Oblivion merchandise, www.oblivionstore.com, your only source for official Oblivion merchandise. That's my wardrobe. The official Oblivion pen. Comes with a map. It comes with a kind of like heavy-duty map of Jack Tramiel, Jack Tamriel. Woof. Okay, here we go. There we go. Look at that. We got a province of Cyrodiil. Province of Cyrodiil, or no deal. It's literally just a printout of the the master asset for the in-game map, but with none of the stuff on it. Still, an extant pack-in that they did. It is extant. It's not just, you don't get the game home and it's just a little, like, thing in the box that says, enter this download code to download the game. And then this is the coolest part. Pocket Guide to the Empire with the Imperial seal on it here. And this is basically, like, there's like all this different stuff, and it's basically like, how many pages do you think? Oh, it covers the birth signs here. That's kind of cool. You get the art of the birth signs, which are important to the game in a certain way. Much higher quality than what's included in the game. And what's interesting is they have like a history of stuff here, and maps and all kinds of stuff, and like they just go super, super heavy on the lore. What's interesting is stuff that... Oh, good, good. Look at this. Nice kitty. They actually cover a lot of the stuff that's in the lore of a bunch of other games as well. So like they talk about the different like backstories of stuff, and what's interesting is that in the like books and shit and quests in Skyrim, they actually made an effort to like keep the lore consistent with what they had written before, for the most part. Let's see. There, Skyrim. The Throat of the World, Skyrim. It's the northern province. And here's what Skyrim looks like at this point. Yeah, very interesting that they put all this stuff in here. And there's Morrowind. They talk about Morrowind. Morrowind had already happened at that point. There's High Rock. High Rock was, I think, Daggerfall took place entirely in High Rock, and part of Redguard, maybe? Or Hammerfell? Yeah, part of Hammerfell and part of High Rock. Then there's Elsewhere, that we've, like, never seen. The, Khajiit stuff. Which, I kind of guess that Bethesda's gonna be too, they're gonna be too cowardly to make the next Elder Scrolls game be in any of Elsewhere, Orsinium, or Blackmarsh. They're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it. They're gonna be like, oh, we already did that in Elder Scrolls Online. We don't need to do it again. Yeah, Battlespire, Redguard Adventures. If they're politically smart, they'll do Hammerfell. But like, that's a that's a 50-50. That's a coin toss whether you're gonna walk into trouble because you treat the material poorly, or whether you'll get lauded for making a good decision and who to represent. But we'll see. They'll probably go with like, they'll probably do High Rock or something, just because they want something safe and like traditional fantasy, so they can sell a lot of stuff. But you can almost guarantee they're not going to have like Orsinium or Blackmarsh. I think are the least likely. Anyway, here's a complete Real Software. It's Oblivion. It's Oblivion. Thank you, SteelNet, for the complete Real Software redemption. Now, let's talk about Buck Rogers. There are a couple of versions of Buck Rogers out there. There are a couple of versions out there. Let's have a look at the different versions. Oh, boy. First, and I didn't know this version existed. Good. Oblivion anime. What? What am I looking at here? Horrifying. Horrifying. All right, we're going to go to C64. Turn this on. Do we need a... Maybe we need a joystick. Oh, Skies of Arcadia. Oh, hell no. We're not playing that. Buck Rogers. Countdown to Doomsday. Yeah, it certainly did trick me. It certainly did. All right. Let's just power off. Okay, there we go. It certainly did trick me. It certainly did. What a clever game. What a clever game. What a good trick. You see, C64 Skies of Arcadia would let you know what it's about right off the bat and soft lock you in the first dungeon instead of 20 hours in. All right. Mortis. That's good. Buck. Bumble. Countdown to Doomsday. Yeah, see, the reason I stopped playing immediately, Ultimo, was because right before it soft locked, I saw the empty space in between the still active Drachma, who they would like you to believe is dead, and the pervert guy. the utterly unappealing pervert guy. So I was like, wait, Drachma's not dead. You can only have 4 people in the party at once. And there's an extra space. Far worse than you, Mortis. Far worse than you. But, Ace Arsenovi. It will be. I mean, I assume it will be. All right, we're going to have to do... Oh, Sid. Sid file. It has music of some kind. Oops, how do I do this? Okay. Mount disk. Mount disk. Wait, no. Run disk. Okay. Here we go. Fake disk noises. Disable fast loader. No. I want fast loader. XXVC. They ran out of big letters. Wouldn't XXVC be like 125? Clearly these are the real floppies, as you can see from my 1541 right here. There we go. Countdown to Doomsday. Nice little shading on the letters. Oh, yeah. Of course. No, it's century. Ultimo had it right. Buck Rogers in the year 125. Does it have an intro is what I'm curious about. Okay, game development, Brett Berry, Paul Murray, Jim Jennings programming, Tom Paul using the getting the music score in there. Many graphical artists. Demo. That's good. That's good, Mortis. Fred Butts. Oh, I missed that. Fred Butts. Beowulf Sand. Jason Braga. Carlos Rioja. After hearing of the bravery of Buck Rogers and the New Earth organization, you've decided to join Neo and fight the Ram menace that is terrorizing the solar system. Ram can and will strike at any opportunity. Not even the Earth is safe from their depredations. One of Ram's many deadly weapons is the genetically engineered Terran. Ooh, it'll be good if I pronounce Terran and Terran the same. Toilet on Earth. Rocket pistol. Martian rocket pistol. Man, Beowulf Sand is a badass. Graphics aren't as good, but I like the sounds in this one. They just wrecked them. But yeah, this will probably look familiar to those who know the Gold Box series. Onward Bound. Any victory of yours is a victory for Neo and all of Earth. Your battles will not be limited to Earth. You will travel through deep space, from Mercury to the distant asteroids. Deep space is my dwelling place. Amidst all the danger lies the occasional oasis of safety. Always remember that you do not strive alone. Many people are there to aid you on your way. Even a legend from the past will lend you a hand. Never forget the shining jewel which you battle to protect. Picture of a planet that doesn't look like Earth. But yeah, so this is the C64 version. The jewel for which you battle, the fabled star of Karachi Diamond. So we'll just take a quick look here. And we go to play. Moons, give me strength. Lunar Gear is very good in this. So you can create characters. So in this, you have Terran, Martian, Venusian, Mercurian, Tinker, and Runner. The Genesis version, I think, reduces it to Terran, Tinker, and Runner, maybe? But basically, in the Genesis version, you get 4 characters. I haven't played that much of the computer versions. Warrior. Reroll. I want to see if you can modify your characters in this. Oh yeah, warriors get weapon specialization. Dr. Crossbow. Dr. Crossbow is what a good name, Dr. Crossbow. But you don't ever want to use Dr. Crossbow. At least I don't actually know what appears in the PC version of the game. Dr. Crossbow. You're right, Elmesh, it is, but it says Dr. Crossbow. Mono sword is the one you want. Cutlass and sword, I don't think you ever get later versions of, but mono sword you definitely do. Then you can put points into stuff. Demolitions, weapon repair, battle tactics, jetpack, move silently, maneuver in zero gravity, leadership, notice. Electrical repair, mechanical repair, nuclear engine repair, life support repair, rocket hull repair, jury rig, bypass security, open lock, commo operation, sensor operation, first aid. Do you have to... Yeah, there we go. Math, planetology, astron, program, lib search, asterg, nav, disguise, disguise, rocket pilot, fixed wing, ground car, rotary wing, jet car, hide, pickpockets, acrobat, climb, act, intimidate, animal friendship, fast talk, sing, distract, etiquette, track, shadow, plant serve. There are a lot of skills. There are many, many skills to pick from. One of the things about the skills in this game is that I think most of them are unused. Almost all of them are unused. And then you get to pick what you look like, which is good. You can be a naked Wookiee with a sword, which is great. Be people with little rocket packs. Crossbow guys. You can be this punk with a shotgun. These are the Tinker race, I believe. But then Venusians, like all the different regular planets, are the same as they're all humans. They're just like raised in different environments. You don't actually get to play as the lowlanders. We'll pick this one. Insert save disk. Press a key. Do I have a save disk? I don't have a save disk. Let's F2. Where is it? No? Not. Whoops. Here. 3 help. F3. F3 help doesn't work. Back. F2. Come on. Why is it not letting me exit this screen? But it's not this screen that I want. Run, stop. Save change to flash. No. F3. Context menu. F5. It's F5. F5. Create D64. Save. This. Mount disk. Press a key. Save character. Yes. Beef Runner. Beef Runner. Hey, Orlock, how are you? Another character. We'll say no for now. Add. Insert side A. No. Nope. Yes. Mount disk. Press any key. So we're just going to take a quick look at this. Insert save disk. There's a reason why I'm not going to be playing the Commodore 64 version, unless someone very smart has come up with a cartridge version of this game. If there's a cartridge version, I might consider playing the C64 version of it. Modify character, Beef Warrior. Yeah, okay, we can modify them. So Desert Runners have like incredible physical stats. The stats in this game go bonkers in terms of how high they can go. Yeah, we can cheat. We can cheat. Look how much we can cheat. Oh, he only gets 30 HP, though. Yeah, Beef Warrior. Mono Sword. He has no skills because we're just messing up. But every character starts with a bolt gun. There's one problem with that. We'll see later. But anyway, so that's the Commodore 64 version. I don't think we'll be playing the C64 version because specifically there's too much disc swapping. There's like 5 discs to it. And there's 5 discs plus the save disc, and disc loading takes time. If someone built a cartridge version of this, I might consider playing that version, but I would need to have the cartridge file for it, the ROM. That said, it would be pretty cool to do the Commodore 64 version. It's the original version of the engine. Yeah. It's we would lose probably a third of the time of the game to disc swapping and load times on this if we did it without a cartridge version. But with a cartridge version, I think it would be very cool. Anyway, that's the Commodore 64 version of this. Oh, you know what we can do? Check this out. We can play the SID. While we get other stuff set up. Now, the question is, what do we look at next? I don't actually have the DOS version ready, but let me do this. Let me grab the DOS version of it. That's not the right place to go. Here we go. Blobble. Okay. This version. There's a cartridge version of Defender of the Crown. Wonderful. What a good thing to have a cartridge version of. This, the 14 meg PDF of the manual for the DOS version. I remember playing I remember playing Defender of the Crown on NES, and I like figured out, what was it that I figured out? I figured out like the timing for the catapult or something. So I would just like immediately attack my neighbors and just hit them with the catapult. Why is there like 5 minutes of silence on this Sid? That's funny. D81. What is D81? Is that like a larger disc size? We'll replay this one more time. Now, here's the question. Here's the question. Oh, I can do... You know what I can do? I can do stupid stuff. 1581 disc image. Is it a single disc? Is it a single disc is the question. Single disc. Might be, but it's still going to have the load times is the problem. All right, how do I do this? I do /poll. Yeah, here we go. Do I just type /poll? Yeah, here we go. Question. Vampire V4 or Mr. Mini-Mig? Oh, wait. Which Amiga platform? Vampire V4. Oops. Mr. Mini-Mig. I guess I could dig out my A600. B600 too. Allow additional voting. We got 2 minutes. 2 minutes for this poll. And you can vote multiple times for one quality option per vote. Yeah, I would say if you have a link, a direct message on Discord would likely be the best bet. What am I doing here? Right. I got some things that I gotta. Dusk of the Gods. What a game. What a game that is. New. Older. Buck Docs. Buck Docs. Okay, there. Extract here. They're all roughly equivalent. The Vampire V4 is like the least likely to work, but most likely to be like messed up in a funny way. If one of them doesn't work, I'll go in order of number of votes. We'll try that. I need to extract all of these to their folders. Okay, good. Good, they did. SSI did a really good thing with how they made their discs. So, like, it's really easy to delete them. A600 and V600 too wins by 45%. Okay, there we go. And then the Mr. Mini-Mig just behind. Nobody likes the Vampire V4. Nobody likes the Vampire V4. That's okay. All right, let me dig out that one. The good part is the Mister is the fallback in case it doesn't work. So you can only get 144 in. Is there like a delay or something that it doesn't allow you to? Fucking. Yeah. Eject. Ah, that sucks. I was hoping it would allow you to just, like, spam click on the button as fast as you can. I'll keep that in mind for next time. That goes in there. Get this guy back out here. Just max out everybody's stats to maximum. That's how it's meant to be played. Get a one. You want one. What is it? You want one Desert Runner Warrior. You want one Desert Runner Warrior with Monosword. And then no other melee weapons. This is going to be complicated.
My God, that's fantastic.
J52, thank you for the host. Good. I suppose the other option is I could run it on the 8600 via floppies, but again, floppies. So what's interesting is we'll get to the comparison, but what's interesting is this is a later gold box game. Wasn't actually this was one of the ones that supported VGA because they did some revamps to the engine. There we go. There we go. Is still wired up? Yes, it is. Amiga. What? Why aren't you getting... Is there a connection problem here? Did I? Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah, the curse of easy hard drive ejection is that you forget to put it back in. And then you might forget which one's which, but I know which one is this one. Should be good. Oh, this is the V4, that's why. We want this one. I was wondering why it was saying no signal instead of showing the ejected disk, but we know now. This should be the correct disk to boot this. There we go. There we go. Oops, all games. Now, this should be in Oops, all games because I think they just made a regular WHD load of this, right? Buck Rogers NTSC. And then I can just turn off the NTSC tooltip, right? Or put PAL tooltip on. Loading, please wait. Hey, Choco Socks. Countdown to Doomsday. Fred Butts.
Have fun today, Bug.
Thank you for the 100 bits, way out west. Okay, so this doesn't seem to have music. Demo. Let's see the demo. After hearing of the bravery of Buck Rogers and the New Earth organization, we decided to join Neo and fight the Ram menace that is terrorizing the solar system. Let's crop this properly. This is probably correct. For some reason, there's no sound during the demo. In fact, there's no sound at all. Let's see if we can we quit? Can we quit? Can we quit? We cannot quit. Let me double check music. That music is functioning properly in general. This is that's the corny one, and then this is the... Should use this one for the corny. All right. Let's check. It should be under games. L. Lost Parrot Island. Double check. There we go. There we go. It was a incorrect patch. All right. Now the full Buck Rogers experience. Hell no, MP. It's a completely inscrutable amateur adventure game on Amiga. Who would try to finish that game legitimately? I want to get Macaw to play it is what. That's what. Here's the Amiga music. Oh, we're off by one. We need one more pixel. There we go. Yeah, it should have one extra pixel at the bottom. Countdown to Doomsday. Oh. Oh, it is supposed to be fucked up. Hold on. Hold on. It's supposed to be fucked up and squashed. Because this is off screen otherwise. Demo. Ram can and will strike at any opportunity. Not even the Earth is safe from their operations. No, depredations. One of Ram's many deadly weapons is the genetically engineered Terrine. As you can tell, this has far improved graphics over the Commodore 64 version. It seems to be more difficult. Any victory of yours is a victory for Neo and all of Earth. Your battles will not be limited to Earth. You will travel through deep space, from Mercury to the distant asteroids. Amidst all the danger lies the occasional oasis of safety. Also, these are animated. Always remember that you do not strive alone. Many people are there to aid you in your quest. Even a legend from the past will lend a hand. Never forget the shining jewel which you battle to protect. Yeah, the skull yells, "Whoa!" Yeah, so we'll create a new character here. We have the same, you can see we have the same options here. Terran, Martian, Venusian, Mercurian. Now, these are the human races. The fabled star of Karachi Diamond. Terran, Martian, Venusian, and Mercurian are human races who are raised on those planets, not the genetically engineered races for those planets, except for the Desert Runner. Desert Runner and Martian both live on Mars. Desert Runner is the modified version. You cannot play as a Venusian lowlander. We could make a tinker. Medic or engineer. You can only make a medic or engineer. So let's make an engineer. You can see tinkers can have way higher dex, but or they can have higher dex, but they have like low constitution in general. Higher tech as well. Try to tink, but nothing happens. Bilbo. And then engineers get additional career skills in these certain things. Need 10 points in repair mechanical. There we go. Repair nuclear engine. Maximum. Maximum. Let's subtract a few points here. What do you need? 25 and 35. Jeez. Hey, this machine hugs. Yeah. We beat Menzo Baranzan last weekend. You cannot get repair life support. Oh, whoops. I had it wrong. You can get repair life support. We beat Menzo Branson last weekend. We kind of rushed through the last part because it wasn't very good. And if we were building this character for real, we would actually want to put like most of our points in jury rig, and the repair skills are kind of not necessary early on. Most of this stuff doesn't work. You use demolitions once, I believe. Men's Zone Bear Slam Dancing. But this has easier access to these pages and stuff. In fact, you basically want to play this primarily with a keyboard, and the mouse is as useful as it is in any any gold box game, which is not at all. Oops, caps lock. No more new skills are allowed this level. So you have a certain number of new skills. They force you to specialize in certain stuff. Let's give this guy library search. That's good. And disguise is spelled correctly here. It's not disguise like it is in the Commodore 64 version. And then we've got these. I think there are less icons than the Commodore 64 one. I love that one. There's only 2 Tinkers as well. There's the Tinker with the gun and the Tinker with the knife. Yeah. Save Bilbo, yes. What if Bilbo had a gun? What have I got in my pocket? It's a gun. So we can modify Bilbo. We can see what the max, 16 strength, 16 constitution. I don't know what intelligence, wisdom, and charm even do. And only 20 hit points as compared to the 36 for the Desert Runner Warrior. And if we begin the game. Whoops. There we go. After hearing of the bravery of Buck Rogers and the New Earth organization, who decided to join Neo and fight the Ram menace that is terrorizing the system. There's a specific screen I want to get to. Yeah, so this one. This screen is the one I want to see. We want to grab a capture of this. Dude, crop. So I'm keeping a copy of the image over here. You can see. I want to see what the difference looks like between this and the DOS version. Now these versions, the Amiga version and the DOS version are going to be very similar, but this is an OCS version of the game, so we can run this version. We could run like comparisons, like apples to apples, pretty much. Ships screaming low from the north. Pandemonium reigns as the fighters drop their deadly cargo. And they're like the 1950s rocket ships in this. That's what it looks like. So one of the things I'm fairly certain about is the palettes in these games were done as like improvements to EGA stuff, or they were done with the instruction to make them like easily compatible with EGA. Yeah, so these guys use dazzle grenades. He killed one of his own dudes with a dazzle grenade. I wonder if you can okay, yeah, you can. Target. Attack. It's basically oops all bows D&D. Team has found booty. Take credits. Gear. A smart suit and a laser pistol. Divvy. Yeah, the smart suit is like straight up better. The laser pistol is, I think, worse because you get less attacks. You get like one attack at 1d8 instead of 4 attacks at 1d4 or something. But yeah, this is what the game generally looks like. And at this point in the game, there isn't actually a lot that you can do. These are based, yeah. They're based on the Buck Rogers tabletop game, which was based on first edition D&D. So, I mean, it's basic. It is first edition D&D, really, with some modifications. This is the same engine. But it was, Lorraine Williams or something? What's her name? TSR Buck Rogers lady. Lorraine Williams. Lorraine Williams. Who had some, like... she gained control of TSR in October 1985 when the Bloom brothers sold her their controlling shares in the company. Williams inherited the rights to Buck Rogers and a large collection of Buck Rogers memorabilia. So she got the rights to Buck Rogers and, like, was like, yeah. Your team has been destroyed. Ram continues its plans unopposed. Exit to workbench. So, give him the old razzle dazzle. Yeah. So, Lorraine Williams had the rights, and they, like, it was like 1989-90, right around the same time as second edition was coming out. They had a huge push for Buck Rogers stuff because they're like, hey, we have this. We can do it. You can do it 9 times. But they didn't. It fizzled, contributed to the financial problems of TSR at the time. So there's the Amiga version. The Amiga version is pretty solid. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Lorraine Williams was like, I've got Buck Rogers. Let's do Buck Rogers. And everyone was like, you sure about that? And she was like, yeah, I own the company. We're doing it. And then they had competing products in the marketplace for, like, multiple different verticals, and, like, TSR got what they reaped what they sowed, is what I'll say. Okay, now DOS version. Let's have a look at the DOS version. I will play the Buck Bumble. I will load up Buck Bumble on the N64 for BRB music. Actually, you know what? Let's do that now. Because I need to take a brief break. And then we'll look at the DOS version. Blah! I forget how much stuff you have to do before it starts doing the demo loop. Here we go. I'm just going to go to the BRB screen. We only care about the music. I'll be back in a few minutes.
What about now? It's time to rock with the biggity back bumper. What about now? It's time to rock with the biggity back bumper. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumper. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumper. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumper. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumper. Bump to the boot to the boot to the boot boot. Bump to the bass to the bass bass. Bump to the boot to the boot to the boot. Bump to the bass to the bass bass. What about now? It's time to rock with the biggity back bumper. What about now? It's time to rock with the biggity back bumper. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumper. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumper. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumper. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumper. Bump to the boot to the boot to the boot boot. Bump to the bass to the bass bass. Bump to the boot to the boot to the boot. Bump to the bass to the bass bass.
So, one of the lines in the background of this song. Just listen. Just listen. Just listen for it.
What about now? It's time to rock with the biggity back bumper. What about now? It's time to rock with the biggity back bumper. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumper. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumper. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumper. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bass. Bump to the bump to the bumper. Bump to the boot to the boot to the boot boot. Bump to the bass to the bass bass. Bump to the boot to the boot to the boot. Bump to the bass to the bass bass.
That right there. If anyone can offer suggestions on what else he's saying other than it's a Monday full of dick, please let me know. I don't think it repeats that. I don't think it repeats that until the whole thing repeats. Anyway. Oh, it's DOS time. It's fine. There's no M in there. There's definitely a K in there. It's a something a la dem. Except there's a clear K sound at the end. Deck? A la deck? Holodeck? It's a Monday holodeck? Maybe. Could be. What did I call it? Fucking. Alright, install. Installing from drive A. 3.5. Install to hard disk. C buck. Yes. Do you wish to use our ready-made characters? Yes. Installation complete. Buck. All right. Start. VGA. Adlib. Mouse. Buck save is fine. The music might not be working quite right here. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. So we get FM music here. Hey, Soundmeister. Buck Bumble lyrics. Ise mate alla a. No, no, that's just noises. That's just noises. Someone wrote down what they thought they heard, and it was wrong. Alright, demo. Oh. Still hyperspeed? Yep. Let's try this the right way. Let's try 6. Buck. Start. Still way too fast. The throttle method does not work. Let's turn the level 2 cache back on, so I don't forget to later. But yeah, it is. All right, Buck. What do we think? 10% speed on Moslow? %10 speed. Start. Still makes that weird clicking noise. Demo. After hearing the bravery of Buck Rogers and the New Earth organization, you've decided to join Neo and fight Ram something. This is still way too fast. Someone who worked at Phoenix on their BIOS. Interesting. Extremely well-known BIOS. Play. Exit to DOS. Yes. Exit. /7. A 30% reduction from where it was. Let's see if this works. I should probably turn that down a little bit. So, for whatever reason, despite having the AdLib sound card available, they decided, and here we have AdLib music, decided that PC speaker sound effects would be best in game. Demo. You'll notice the shading on Buck is much cleaner, much nicer than okay, this is the one I want. This is the one I want because I want to do a comparison of these two. This. Well, they had the Amiga version of this. They had the Amiga version of this with sound effects. They just didn't want to update the DOS version of the engine, I think. So here we go. This is a very good comparison. Let's do this. Let's save this as desktop. Sure, desktop is a good place to put image files. We'll call this Buck DOS. Call this Buck Amiga. Buck Amiga. So let's add image. Image 2. We'll call it just image 2. Browse. Desktop. BuckDOS. And then add. Image. Image 3. I'm certain it was a choice based on how would I describe this? It was based on the fact that the Amiga version they had to recode, and the DOS version already had the PC speaker sound effects in, so they just didn't have to do anything to it. They didn't have to do anything for it. But let's see. One of the things I want to check. They did the same thing with the I wouldn't say that, Adventure Josh. I think once the Sound Blaster came out in, what, 88 or 89, it was very quickly adopted. By 1990, almost every game had ad-lib or Sound Blaster support. This has ad-lib support. They just didn't want to... they didn't want to change anything. They're using the same sound effects from... they're using the same sound effects from... Damn it. There we go. Okay. Using the same sound effects from every other Gold Box game, right? And they did the same thing. They did the same thing all the way up to what? Pools of Darkness was the first one that had digitized sound. It's just this is a game running on an old engine. It's a game running on an old engine with Nicole Steele. With yeah, begin adventuring. Oh wait, shit. I need to do this. Fuck. I actually need to address this. BuckDocs. Logbook. Countdown to Doomsday logbook, page 42. Roll. What is the fourth word? This is the term. CMS didn't take off. Adlib took off. Everybody wanted an Adlib card. But everybody had to have Sound Blaster. That was what, like, Sound Blaster and VGA, market penetration of VGA were like the major driving factors behind this. They were part of the major driving factors between DOS being adopted. It's such a ubiquitous PC gaming platform. In 92, it was completely ubiquitous. Between 89 and 92, it was like, I'd say most gaming enthusiasts had them, and like by 1990, if you had a game with PC speaker only sound, it was like, ooh, I don't know, I'll play something else. But again, this is an old engine. This engine's 3 years old at this point. So you are marched out. We get music here. There's no music. There's nothing. So here's what I wanted to compare. And so this is yeah, same screen. Same screen. Same. But here's this. So this is the Amiga version. This is the Amiga version. And hey, Suki, we'll look at a real software. You know what? I got a real software to look at, but let's take a look at this first, since I got this queued up. I got this all set up to do this comparison, and then we'll do the real software in just a couple of minutes. So check this out. This is the Amiga version. This is the DOS version. Now, the big difference here is you can see in like the shading and the number of colors used, they added a whole bunch of shading and more colors to the DOS version because the DOS version's in 256 colors and the Amiga version's in 32 colors. What's interesting is I'm fairly certain they started with an EGA version of this image, and you can tell based on how they've like outlined the characters in red, the use of cyan, blue, and purple in certain shading and stuff, the green in the explosions. And the Amiga actually doesn't use a lot of that. It still uses many of the same base colors, but it doesn't use a lot of the EGA colors as much, just because the analogs weren't as readily available, the specific colors. So there's a lot of differences in the like color variation between Amiga and DOS. Amiga also uses the blue border. But here's what's interesting to me is if we go save, escape, quit. What do we want here? dir CFG? Yeah. So let's just delete buck.cfg. And let's look at it in EGA. We'll just go silent for now. Neither. Fine. It's purple. According to the spec, it's purple anyway. So demo. So now we see Buck in EGA, and here's this image again, except it's using all of the we've got the blue border now, because those are the blues that are reused throughout the game. There's no way to skip this once it starts. Funny that EGA mode like totally messes up the aspect ratio. Bluge border. And so let's do play, load a begin adventuring on page 24, elevator. What is the fifth word? 24. The elevator. What is the fifth word? The Mars space elevator lies. Okay. So blah, blah, blah. You're marched out. So now we can compare the EGA version with both the VGA version, which is like, look how little difference there is in like the way the image is put together. The greens, the purples, they're actually using dithering. Not that you would ever see this dithering, but they're using dithering just as the in-between colors. And between this and the Amiga version, the Amiga version is like significantly different. There's a lot of differences here. So when they converted it from bitmap to planar, they made choices in how to represent it. The Amiga version is kind of an oddball compared to EGA VGA. Is EGA planar as well? I thought most of the stuff they did on EGA was done with actual bitmaps, because you've got 16 colors, so it's easy to represent with a single byte. And then converted during the display step, presumably, as opposed to like Amiga being planar planar images. So planar, I guess the way to describe it is Depredators. Planar graphics are several bit maps of the individual bit planes. Like, for example, say you have a smiley face, right? You might have zeros for the eyes and the smile, and then you might have like ones everywhere else because that bit. Or no, wait, sorry. You'll have ones for the eyes and the smile because those are solid, right? And they're on the black plane. They'll have ones. On the yellow plane, they'll have ones everywhere else and zeros for the eyes and the smile. And then in the corners, you'll have zeros on both the yellow and the black planes because neither of those colors are in use. It's more complicated than that. The Wikipedia article, I'm going to guess, the Wikipedia article immediately goes into completely incomprehensible shit. Yeah, like color channels. That's a good way to describe it. Let's see. Presenting pixel colors with several bit planes of RAM. Each bit in the bit plane is related to one pixel on screen. Unlike chunky, high-color or true-color graphics, the whole data set as an individual pixel isn't in one location in RAM, but spread across the bit planes that make it... Yeah, it's completely incomprehensible. But yeah, like layers. Yeah, like additive layers, I believe, is the best way to describe it. So like if you had black and yellow on the same thing, you'd get dark yellow or something like that. The picture's pretty understandable, but the opening paragraph is like, if you are already an expert in this, here's a description. So right, exactly. That's right, Suki. I think you got it. Anyway, let's do that real software redemption. I got a fun one. For that. I saw this when I was looking for Oblivion earlier. I'll be right back.
My God, that's fantastic.
Spider-Maw, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Spider-Maw and Raiders. We're just about to go to Doodad time. We were doing some comparisons between the graphics in Buck Rogers between DOS, Amiga, and DOS EGA and VGA. It's quite interesting comparison. Let's get the Sega Genesis Buck Rogers battle theme on while we do this Doodad redemption. There we go. Good. So, this is a game that I picked up with a couple of friends of mine at the time. And I think there were 3 of us that picked this up. And the 3 of us picked up this game at the same time. We're going to play it together. And then we discovered how absolutely fucked up this game was. It just incredibly, incredibly broken. And like, from a design perspective as well. Not just a like, oh hey, this game is technically unfinished and inept, which it was. But the design of this game is such that it prevents you from playing with your friends. But in a way that is not the Western version of this, not Japanese co-op, which is a different thing. I'll talk about that in a minute. But this is a very Western method of preventing you from playing games with your friends. And I forget if I actually paid full price for it. I think I might have, because it had just come out. But here we go. Vanguard, Saga of Heroes. Look at how cool these people are. They're going on an adventure. We got a scale mail barbarian. We got we got some kind of weird titty priestess. We got a titty rogue. We got some other guys. One of them has like a sleeping role. AZX Pecky. So, yeah, Best Buy, $50. $50 subscription required from Sigil and Sony Online Entertainment. Now, set yourself free. Welcome to Telon. Let me see if I can get this to actually focus. What can I do here? Do I just, like, webcam, properties, configure video. Oh, it's focused now. It's focused. Here we go. Look at this. You can fly around on a dragon. You get a boat. Look at this giant. He's so much bigger than your characters. And we got some other art down here. So, Vanguard, Saga of Heroes. Vanguard, Saga of Heroes. Welcome to Telon and set yourself free, fantastic. TM. Dokkan Kun, thank you for the host. Set yourself free, TM. Welcome to Telon, land of 1,000 kingdoms where vast and ancient civilizations have crumbled under war and the relentless march of time. As the people struggle to rebuild their once great cities, legendary age-old magics are reawakening to threaten the world. Telon is in desperate need of heroes. Stake your claim and forge your destiny. Play your way. Fight, craft, or use diplomacy to gain power and riches. Explore a seamless and immersive world free of zoning and instances. They've put the words zoning and instances on the box. Experience reactive. Period. Synergistic combat that relies on teamwork for colossal damage. Create the perfect character from 19 races and unparalleled customization tools. Choose from 15 classes including warriors, blood mages, dread knights, and psionicists. Travel on a variety of unique mounts, from horses and unicorns to ships and winged dragons. Build and command your own ships, navigating treacherous tides and dangerous storms. Join thousands online in epic adventures spanning 3 massive continents in a persistent world. Establish a formidable reputation by challenging other players in fierce PvP action. Includes a 30-day subscription. Includes your choice of an in-game magic wand or horseshoes, 1 per account. And we've got the inside here. This is the other... It wraps around from the cover into this picture. We've got Drizzt here. We've got all these guys fighting to do stuff. And then inside... Oh, come on. There we go. Inside is like the same picture. The same thing. PC, DVD, online. And then in here we've got my unusable account key. And 2 DVDs worth of content. Oops. There's 2 discs. I don't have the manual. I don't know what's in the manual, actually. We have some, like, registration cards or something here. Free 10-day trial, if anyone wants it. Here it is. Free 10-day trial. So, this is one of those games This is one of those games, Vanguard, Saga of Heroes. It's one of those games where they had Station Players premium features where you could get, for $1 per month, you could get an additional advanced character profile. You get advanced rankings and leaderboards for another $1. Advanced data, advanced game data, detailed discovered item listings, detailed item information, and flexible search tools help you find the right equipment for your character. And enhanced media services. Store and share images of your adventures through Telon in your media gallery. Or purchase the entire bundle of premium features for $3 a month. Now, it has a huge empty world to explore. There's nothing in it. There's nothing in the fucking world. The main game, like, feature of this game, the whole idea of this game was, like, World of Warcraft is too easy to play. World of Warcraft is too friendly to players, was like seemingly their entire selling point. Their approach was, we should go back to EverQuest 1. We should go back to EverQuest 1. Was the whole design philosophy of that game. Was that EverQuest 1 was good and everything after that was bad. Because it made it too easy on players. And as you can tell by the fact that Vanguard Saga of Heroes was around for what, a year or less? Turns out quality of life is pretty good. But the thing was, right? It was around it was I think 3 months or 6 months before they pulled budget from it. And then it was like the servers were up, but there was like literally no one playing it. They cut it down to a single server instance, I think, instead of the multiple within a year. It was dead within a year. But one of the best things about the game was that it actively went out of its way to prevent you from playing with your friends unless you all picked the same race. Unless you all picked the same race. And by virtue of that, similar classes. Because I believe the classes were race locked. So you couldn't be a Dread Knight if you were a horse guy. The best part to me, though. Now, some of the mini-game stuff that was attached to it, like the diplomacy card game, was actually a really neat implementation. It's just that it sucked because it was like, hey, you can just play the card game, and then it was like, oh wait, to challenge your next opponent, go to this high-level zone where all of the enemies are hostile. And you couldn't do anything because you were screwed, right? So you had to go level up you had to go play the real game, which sucked, to go to the place where you could do the next diplomacy. But that stuff aside, the crafting seemed pretty cool. Like, it kind of interesting setup, a little better than EverQuest 2. But the best part of that game was, hold on a second, let me see if I can look this up and get the proper name. Vanguard Saga of Heroes Races. Available races. Is it the Varanyar? Or the Varanthari? One of them. One of the two, like, barbarian-looking dude races was either the Varanthari or the Varanyar. think it was probably the Varanthari. So they were supposed to be these, like, I don't know, nomadic horse-related guys. Whatever. Somebody fucked up real bad, and the mapping for all of their emote commands were just completely randomized, basically. So whenever you typed a slash something emote, you would be unsure of what sound you would get. One of the best was if you typed slash yes, your character would nod their head and go, no. If you type slash no, they would go, uh-huh, or yeah. The other one that was great was, and this is how I noticed it in the first place, was that war cry, I think was what it was, war cry / war. Normally your character would do like some yell like rah. However, if you did / war with the Varanthari, they would cluck like a chicken every time. They would make chicken noises. Now, one of the warrior skills that you get, and warrior was like the class they were best at. One of the warrior skills you could get automatically did the war cry emote sound when you used it. So in the middle of combat, yeah. Yeah, there was all this stuff built around the game being successful, and it wasn't. So parts of the game just simply didn't exist. You couldn't possibly build houses or boats because you'd have to spend so much time to do that all yourself. And I think it might have even been locked out because you couldn't do all of the skills all at once. Maybe. I forget. But you'd be in the middle of battle, you'd do your attack, and you'd hit your button to do the attack, and your guy would go buck, 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 buck. It was fantastic. It was fantastic. Yeah, you needed a hardcore guild, and because there was no one playing, there were literally 0 guilds. At least that was my experience. The game was also built with Unreal Engine 2, which Unreal Engine 2 was outdated when the game came out, and the game made extremely poor use of it. So on like top-end hardware at the time of release, it ran like shit. It ran like absolute shit. Anyway, so there's a real software. This is the Sega Genesis music battle theme for Buck Rogers. There we have it. There's a real software. Vanguard Saga of Heroes. All right, here's what we're going to do. We'll go to desktop games. I should have a Mednafen capture. Let's try this. Here, Buck Rogers, Countdown to Doomsday. Let's go to streaming resources, Mednafen. We're just going to emulate this for the time being because my Genesis is misbehaving, but it should be fine. Mednafen. There's something. Oh, does this use the fucking... God damn it. God damn it, this won't run. This won't run in... it won't run in Mednafen. Because Mednafen doesn't have the game-specific hacks that many... that many emulators have. I bet this uses the same battery system as Might and Magic 2. Just do this. Will you work? There we go. That'll work. Now it's actually displaying. So let's add a window capture. Do not make it visible because you're going to capture some random shit. So title must match. Scale up close enough. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, here we go. So here's the Sega Genesis version. We're emulating it right now. But it's fine. It's a fine emulation. Let's options do not show us FPS. Wonder why my Genesis stopped working. That's a real bummer. So this is the Sega Genesis version. Do I have this wrong keyboard? Do I have this set up? Oh, I probably need a controller. But you notice there's a lot different about this game. There's a lot different about this. Yeah, I'm using Fusion because it has the game-specific hack stuff. They're just throwing grenades everywhere. I need to... Hold on a second. Set config. This is not... No. Controllers. On 3-button pad, use... Oh, we gotta relaunch this. Hold on. Exit. Alright. Start. Controllers. Use controller, define. Up, down, left, right. A, B, C. You know what I just realized is probably easier than this. This is fine. Fine. Apply. I should just use the Mister. I should just use the Mister instead, but it's fine. So, this game is significantly different than the computer versions. So, create, drop, save, restore, begin adventure. Oh, Rainbow Six Siege. Totally, that is a totally relevant thing. So create character. We only have human, desert runner, and tinker. So human comprises the Terran, Martian, Venusian, and Mercurian or something. It's like 4 races in the computer version. We're gonna create a desert runner, warrior, male. You cannot modify stats in this, so you have to take what you get for rolls. We want like very high. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Now, the thing about the Sega Genesis version is the Sega Genesis version has it has animation for the characters. Very good walk cycles for the characters moving around, but they're much less detailed and much lower color. Animation is a little bit better, but graphics are worse. Worse looking, better. So you want 0G maneuvering. They've reduced the number of skills significantly. You also get to pick from many fewer weapons for specialization. We got Mono Sword. Now we got, there we go, there's Beef. Begin Adventure. And you'll notice this is completely different. You don't have the, like, first-person thing. You march towards a waiting shuttle. It gives you a little, like, image to show you what does the area you're in currently look like. And we get good music. Yeah, no Dr. Expo. You can tell the Genesis version is, I think, clearly built from the Amiga version. So the Genesis version's graphics and stuff are based on the Amiga version and then slightly edited. And except for the parts of it that are completely original. Now, this came out a year later. An officer collapsed here. Wounded by shrapnel, he coughs weakly and motions you close. So there's missile controls. Enemy must have cut automatics.
God, that's fantastic.
Activate the defenses, D. Thank you for the host. He convulses once and lies still. Now, the squares in this game are a different size than you think they are. Using leadership skill, Beef takes control of Neo Warrior. Yeah, so you start with laser guns in this instead of bolt guns. This version is also it's possible that this version is like slightly harder. You'll notice like I don't have like 8 people on my team now. But Beef succeeds at tactics. But yeah. They were hitting like a lot more 25% checks. Than really they should be. Yeah, there you go. 15% to hit, but they hit. Yeah, the tactics of walk directly at opponent, shoot gun. Yeah, it's XCOM rules, basically. Although, to be fair, you hit a lot more 55s than you should. But I think this game, the Genesis version of this game, I think it's gotten more exposure. I think the computer version has seen just a little less, and it has more interesting stuff in it. Bearing, track, limit, sequence, arm, correct, lock, screen, mark. Johnson? Why was Johnson a status indicator? Why does the Doomsday laser have a status indicator for Johnson? Is the Doomsday laser's Johnson okay? You would probably want to know that, yeah. Another interesting thing with the Genesis version is all the text has been rewritten. It did. It had the logbook. So there's a lot more text in the PC versions. Just throw grenades. Throw grenades everywhere. Like the Gravitol thing, not mentioned anywhere in the PC version demo. But anyway, so this is the Genesis version. Unfortunately, through emulation, I don't know what's going on with my Mega Drive, my Genesis. It's a pain. But here's the other consideration. The DOS version, and only the DOS version, yeah, the like lean back thing. I love the animations in the Genesis version, but here's the other thing to think about is there's a sequel. The sequel only came out on DOS. The sequel is not nearly as good as the first game. It's like late era SSI gold box game quality. So the question is, do I play the DOS version because there's a sequel and you can transfer your characters? Or do I play like the Amiga version that has, I think, superior quality sound and music? And, you know, I think it's comparable graphics. The Genesis version certainly has the best music. But also, it's like, I think with like a few of the challenge streamers out there, I think it's gotten more exposure. The real thing for DOS Buck Rogers is like, oops, start 4. Hey, Left Empty, how's it going? Mouse, we'll keep the mouse in there. So, the Genesis certainly has the best music, but in terms of like the graphics, it's the portraits. It's not the in-game. It's not the thing. It's like the portraits, the portraits and the big graphics, and those are all really well done, right? They're up from what am I trying to say? They're up from EGA, but I think they're really well done in VGA is the thing. The resolution is also more consistent on DOS. But we get these sounds, right? We get these sounds instead of the better sounds on Amiga. These are Pool of Radiance sounds. They've been the same since Pool of Radiance. They did a little nuclear explosion instead of the like circle one. But like all of these are drawn like higher color on DOS. Right? Like this, that's a striking difference right there. The picture of Earth. DOS is also going to be a little bit weird in the speed department. Is the other problem. And just less sonically rich. Beep boop. Did I leave this on? Hold on. So let's look at the Amiga version. The Amiga version. Whoops. Power on. Power on, Amiga. I'm curious. So I finished the Genesis version of the game previously. And I played a bit of Matrix Cubed on PC, but I never got anywhere in Matrix Cubed. But it had a few striking memories to me. All right. Oops, all games. B. Yeah. Beast Lord. Buck Rogers. We don't need this right now. Matrix Cubed is like kinda, yeah. So here's the Amiga version. Here's the Amiga version. We're playing this off of the A600 right now. Let's take a look at this demo. You can see there's like less shading on Buck's cheek. Which that one looks okay, you know, like the shading is nice. This one's completely recolored. These guys are almost identical. There's a little less shading in the thing. They don't have that animation in the DOS version, do they? I have the WHD Adventure Josh. Yeah, the sound effects are like a million times better. Any victory of yours? It's a victory for Neo and all of Earth. Travel to deep space. So, like, these pictures are all, like, much lower color. Like, every single one of these pictures. This one in particular was striking to me. Because it's like, you can't even identify it as Earth, you know? Play. Load save game. A. Add character name. Bilbo. Sure. Begin adventuring. Retry. No. Retry. Cancel. Cancel. All right. That's weird. It has become weirdly corrupted since we last played it. Yeah, it looks like 32 colors to me. It's the difference between 32 color and 256 is the thing. I'm certain it's not 16 color. Just from by eye. We could play in German. Dr. Crossbow. Maneuver in OG. Tactics and leadership were put together into a single stat in were put together into a single stat in the other in the Genesis version. Many of these were removed entirely. I like the punch, but he's going to be using a sword. That's his speciality. Begin adventuring. This shouldn't break now. There we go. But yeah, like the graphics are so much better on DOS. Just like I'm honored, I beat. I'm honored. I hope you don't get in trouble for calling in Buck. The shining jewel. Optional double time. Oh, optional double time. Jeez. That means you already worked a whole bunch this week, huh? A multiplexer to play both at once. Yeah, so this is like the ground is brown instead of gray. They're using what? Like 4 shades of purple there. That's dithered. But that's not one of the shades of purple they used above. That's 5. Green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shades of like red in the red and orange in the explosion. Plus, did I count green already? Plus the bright purple. Those are that plus black plus cyan and 3 shades of blue. I'm pretty sure this is like at least 18 colors here. Some of them it's hard to tell. Like, are all of the colors on this character colors that appear in this gradient and in these blues? Are all the colors of the laser the same as the colors that are used here and the white in the explosion? Are these colors all the same as colors that are used elsewhere? We've got grays. So I'm pretty sure this is more than 16 colors. It may not be 32 colors, but I think it's probably more than 16, just based on the look of it. They'd have to be very careful about color selection on this to make it fit in 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's at least 6 purples. There's at least 6 purples that I count on screen. Because there's that purple. There's this purple. This one here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 in the sky. There's at least six purples. But then some of those are reused elsewhere, right? Like on this dude. This dude is comprised entirely of... it's not making full use of 32 colors, for sure. But it's probably like 18 to 20 colors or something like that, is what I would guess. There's 2, 3 browns up here.
That's fantastic.
That's what I was thinking, too, is that they might have a fixed palette, a fixed 32-color palette. Thank you for the host. I didn't catch who was that hosted. It doesn't show me hosts in the damn chat anymore. That's how I would follow that. What turned that off? Hey, the mollusk. Thank you for the host. Sorry about that. I saw that. I totally spaced out, and I'm looking at the host notification. But it's not showing hosts in chat anymore. I wonder if it's Twitch changed something or Frankerface has disabled it. Boop. So yeah, do we go for sound or do we go for sound or do we go for graphics? How do we do that? I'd like to have that back. I'd like to see the hosts. I think it only removes solo hosts, but still, it's Ass Bilbo. Ass Bilbo. Officer is collapsed here. Missile controls. Main room. Enemy must have cut automatics. Activate the defense. Arg! He convulses and lies still. Some are landing in the main building. There's extra sounds, too, is the thing. I can see it in chatty, but I use the regular Twitch chat because I have my dashboard open anyway, right? So, move. Move down. I like that they kept that you can move into enemies to shoot at them. So you can just walk right up and shoot him in the face. It's a valid thing to do. Makes his tactics roll. I used Chatty for no injuries were treated successfully. None. But yeah, it's like the problem for me is that the graphics are like they're constant. They're constant. Like I look at this screen and I'm like I know what the DOS version of that screen looks like, and it looks better. It looks notably better. I bet they do use fixed palette for this, don't they? I bet they use a fixed palette, and they chose like 3 or 4 of each color. Like 3 reds, 3 purples, 3 blues, 3 bright purples or magentas, whatever you want to call it. Ass found booty. Ass found booty. Divvy. I can't decide. Cuz like the DOS sound effects, they're quaint. They're quaint, you know? There's no AGA version of this, right? They didn't bother to make an AGA version. Actually, hold on a second. I'm going to be looking through manuals and docs once I make up my mind what version to play. I'm pretty close. I think it's between the Amiga or DOS. And it's like, you know, let me load up the 3D dungeon on DOS and see how that compares. Let's get a screenshot of this so we can overlay it. Hey, Shakhtar, yeah. We got save as Buck Dungeon. And let's go back to DOS. Okay. It did also come out on C64 and Genesis. If there was a cartridge version of the C64 game that combined all of the there's a name of that type of cartridge that like is like multiple disc games on a single cartridge, but I don't think there is one. Okay, let's just load the saved game with the pre-made characters and begin adventuring. 24:56 now. If there was a cartridge seventh word. Earth is under the control of Neo. Easy Flash, is that the name of it? The cartridges for C64 that contained multi-disc games. Look at the shading on Buck here, right? Look how much more detailed that is. Like, it's clear they started with the EGA image, but they really put more effort into these, right? Beautiful Buck. Look at the Earth. They went all in with the shading and gradients and stuff on the VGA version of this. This guy, they didn't do much for Carlton Turabian. Yeah, I don't think anyone converted it. So it's on 5 discs. So the C64 version is like, it's just constant. It's constant. It's just constant disc swapping is the problem. Yeah. So this version, right? Like this, they have a lot more colors and stuff. This particular picture actually looks very similar to the EGA version. But like, let's line this up. Was it here? Hold on. Hold on. Let's add image. Okay. Here-ish. We got to step forward. Right? Like there's a noticeable difference in this. Let's try to line it up one for one. Oops. That's pretty close. But yeah, look, see, it's consistent in everything. That the VGA version is just, it's just a little bit better in every way graphically. Which, like, there is, by the way, there is a super obnoxious thing.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Boruto Uzumaki, thank you for the follow. I really want to line this up, but there's a problem, you see. Which is that in order to select this thing, I have to click through like 4 things beneath it. It's like 1 up and 2 left. Oh, that might be. It's about as close as it's going to get. But yeah, look at the difference there. It's so much better looking on VGA is the problem to me. Right? Like, but it's got the stupid sounds. I want the good sounds. Fuck. Give me a fight. Give me a fight. Okay, those guys do shoot. They do the shoot animation. And they have way more shading, way more extra shading on them than I thought. Using leadership skill. But this stuff looks like about the same. Does this have this doesn't have a speed setting, does it? The fucking it uses the stupid fucking arrow sound from it uses the stupid arrow sound from fucking D&D for the bolt guns. Oh, that's gonna bug me too. Fuck. You know what? You know what? We'll go with the DOS version for the reason that there is a sequel and you can transfer characters. That's the conundrum is there's no best version of this game. I think the DOS version is harder. I think the DOS version is harder. Like we had a full party here and a bunch of people, and like somebody got boned. They are just PC speaker sounds. Oh shit! Damn it! I wanted to see the win screen. Yeah. Hold on. Quick. The problem is that like there are objective improvements from one version to another on each of the versions, right? Like the Amiga version objectively has the best sound effects. The DOS version objectively has the best graphics. The Genesis version objectively has the best music. But none of them have all of that stuff together. There's no version of the game that's the best version. But I think I'm gonna say, you know what? We'll at least try Matrix Cubed later because I think it has some interesting stuff. Ilana Ray, the gaming cat, thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone. We're checking out the different versions of Buck Rogers' Countdown to Doomsday. They can be imported, yeah. This is what I wanted to see. Was this screen. Yeah, look at this screen, right? They added all of this shading. They put so much effort into this picture. And then do I have the Amiga version up? Do I have it? No, I don't. Maybe we can get the Amiga version of that picture up. Yeah, so here's the Amiga version. Also, the encounter design is entirely different in the Amiga version. This is the different sounds. Even the combat graphics are slightly better on DOS. But yeah, they're all so far they're all different. They're all better in one area or another, with the exception of the C64 version, which is just the C64 version. I mean, the C64 version is what it is, right? It's for a different era of computer than these. So the fact that it is what it is what's impressive to me. Oh, Bilbo goes down. Terran leader goes down. No injuries were successfully treated. It is actually the same engine as Gold Box D&D, but modified slightly. Yeah, so check this out, right? We've got these guys, and we've got these guys, right? It's like there is a clear difference in the quality of the picture. That this has many less colors, and it's like obviously so, right? But the sound, it's the DOS sound. The DOS sound is what kills it, right? Because it has PC speaker sound effects. So it's like this looks so much better, but it sounds so much worse. The Genesis version has better music. But the Genesis version has much better music, but it's deficient in all of the other categories, right? The Genesis one is a completely different game. It's a different SKU, I would call it, rather than just a straight port. Because it has, like, isometric walking around segments instead of stuff. It has, like, a So the C64. Let's look at the C64 version, right? The C64 version is a different type of thing, right? Run stop. Run disk. Well, so the weird thing is that DOS and Amiga, they should be in parity, right? They should be relatively in parity because they're the problem, Solvok Thorfinn. That sounds like a Mentat name. The problem is that the Amiga version uses digitized audio. The DOS version has only AdLib FM, and it plays music sometimes, but it uses the standard PC speaker stuff, which is just like imperative commands to the speaker. It's built into the programming. There's no digital audio processing on the DOS engine, so they're like divorced. Also, the Amiga uses planar graphics, while the DOS version uses chunky graphics, bitmaps. So like the graphics files themselves would be completely incompatible as well. Which it's like anyway, let's look at this Commodore 64 version briefly because I know some of the people here might not have seen it. We looked at that very early on. Hey Dana, how are you? The C64 actually has the second best sound in my opinion. Maybe tied with the Genesis version for sound effects. Hey, welcome back, Cuba. There's a problem with the C64 version, why I'm not going to play it, is that it is 5 diskettes. It's 5 disks. And that means a lot of disk swapping, and it means a lot of loading time. Grav, it runs on the SS or the TSR Dungeons and Dragons like Buck Roger rules. Yeah, so let's look at the demo. Let's look at the demo for the C64 version. Yeah, there was an actual Buck Rogers tabletop RPG. Yeah, there we go. There's Buck in all of his beauty. Easy Flash cartridge version. Oh, interesting. I would play it on C64 if there's an Easy Flash version. There's the same picture that we've been analyzing the color of on C64. There's the Terrene Warriors with their... They actually have the shooting animation. We can try it. We can try it. I'm sure these are all, background graphics or whatever? And the sprites are only used in combat? But yeah, this is for a C64 game. This is a very good C64 RPG. Hasbro. Base hole.
How many bits for zombie lasagna stream? I can only assume this means eating a lasagna while eating a zombie lab, which is totally and utterly fucked. So I am going to have to go with 100,000 on this one, Elmo.
100,000. Basil, thank you for 14 months. Welcome to the Buck Zone. Oh, there's the same one. Look at them. It looked like they have clubs. But yeah, a lot of the stuff isn't animated in the C64 version. Zombie. Thank you for 14 months. I appreciate the continued support. Yeah, zombie lasagna. I might do, they don't allow social eating, but they do allow just chatting, and I can eat an entire lasagna during a just chatting stream. Later. I'll do that once I reach my, goal weight. I heard they did. I think they removed the category. Tall Plan, how are you? Yeah, TSR didn't make the tabletop Star Wars game. That was West End Games. West End Games didn't do any CRPG stuff, as far as I know. As far as I know. But yeah, so the conundrum is what version to play. I think the answer is we play the DOS version. Oh, that's right. West End Games is a dead-end world. Yeah, I'm thinking the DOS version just because, hear me out. The reason I'm thinking the DOS version is despite the crappy sounds, we've got two things going for it, right? One is that there's a sequel, right? On top of there's differences between them, like I said, there's the better music on the Genesis version, there's the better sound on Amiga, there's the better graphics on DOS, but there's two distinct advantages to the DOS version. Number one is there's a sequel, right? Even if we just check out even if we just check out the sequel and we don't finish it, I'd still like to have that option, right? And I think you can import characters. I'm almost certain you can import characters. Well, so you get ad-lib music. It's just that ad-lib music plays like twice. Twice in the game. And you get PC speaker sound effects in... Oh, the DOS version only has the intro tune. Okay, the Amiga version has some other tunes, right? Now, here's the second thing about the DOS version that I think is an advantage. Now, let's check it out. Hold on. Let's go to the DOS version. Hello, there we go. Okay, exit. Do not claim the booty. Save, escape, quit to DOS. Exit, start. Here's why I think the DOS version could be good. Play. Load saved game A. Begin adventuring. Moron abilities. Let me tell you, I've got some moron abilities. 8th word. The stir, con, and dex bonuses tables start. There we go. Boom. Move. West. South. Give me an encounter. Here we go. This is why. We can have turbo mode if we want it. We can have turbo mode. When you say quick, I mean quick. Is there a patch for the DOS version? Let me check. Did I put this on this tab? No, but I will. We want this. I do not believe there is a an update. I don't believe there's a patch. I think they only came out with one version of the game. So having it be able to run fast, I think, is a really good thing for the game. For the game, it's good to have it run very fast. But we can also change the... we can change that. Messages. What if we go to slowest? Purge? Oh. Purge is the same as drop. Animations on. And also change the difficulty level, which is good. Now I want to see if this... Okay, it does not change the combat speed. Now, is there a way to change the combat speed? End? No. Dodge? No. Wait. No. So there's no way to change the combat speed in this one as opposed to in the other ones. Yes, but I don't think it exists, Dana. We want, what is that game called? What is the game called with the 16 discs? Newcomer? Visitor? Welcoming committee? What is it called? I think it's called Newcomer. But yeah, we can do this. We can do this. We can do this. We can have auto combat go very, very quickly. Or we could do manual combat, right? It's a possibility. Smart suit. Gear. Are they auto-equipping stuff? They auto-equip the best armor when you turn them on quick. Yeah, 14 sides. 14 discs. We do, Karn. We do. Yeah, booty. Take credits. 1. Divvy. Now, to be fair, some of the encounters you do want to play. The problem here is that if we do this, it'll be running too fast during the encounters we want it to run slowly in. So what we'll likely do is we'll likely find a middle ground. Let's try this. All right, we'll do 15% speed. Play. Load A. Begin. Robot and Buck. On page 28. What is the 5th word? The repaired combat robot extends. So the message speed here is fine, I think. We can move quickly outside of combat. It's not like... It's not super slow. Can I just... Yeah, there we go. And then... Like, we could even go like twice the speed and it would be fine. Your only job is copy protection. Haven't they been working on that for like several years? Yeah, Divi take. I think 2014 was the last like actual version release. So we can do this. We can change the speed. We can change the speed with the DOS version. Yeah, it took them a long time. We can do MoSlow/25. We gotta find a good middle ground of speed. Play, load, A. Begin adventuring. Page 32, The Great Rift. This great rift. Okay, that's pretty quick. Quick. This seems like a pretty good... You can kind of see what's going on. You can see who's attacking who and whether it's doing a lot of damage if you're watching. Nicole Steele is pretty good. Oh, we should put Barrett Cold Iron as one of our characters from Rotor. Robotic Operations Tactical Officer Research. Dr. Barrett Cold Iron. Gene Eric. That's from Might and Magic 2, isn't it? Turvala the Third in like The Hermit. Or Shurvala or something. Turwin the Third or something. I forget the names. They're good though. To judge and execute. Yeah. All right. We'll do the DOS version. We'll do it at 25% speed to start. Let me do this. Let me load up. Do you need to be refreshed? Yes, you do. Errors. The song of archive.org is D. By the way, that's the song of archive.org. Fist Rockbone, Gristle McThornbody, Big McLarge, huge Slab Bulkhead. Wasn't Why am I having trouble thinking of this? Zotmeister. Zotmeister's characters in Mind Magic 1. Zotmeister's characters. One of them was like slab beef something. A German version. A German version. But let's load up the... we'll just have this playing in the background. I need to take a quick break. I'll have the attract mode of... I'll have the attract mode of the Genesis version running in the background. So you can listen to that. Please enjoy the sounds. And I will be back in a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Okay. There's somewhere I can go in here. Yeah, here we go. All right, back to... We're going to go to doodad time. And I'm going to change where it says doodad time to say manual time. All right. Got the music going. Got a good jam going. Oh, wait. Maybe... Hold on. Quick question. Doodad time? Or the DOS layout so that I'll be up in that corner? What do you think? I'm thinking DOS layout. That way you can see me reading. I'm gesticulating wildly. Yeah. We'll do that. We'll do this. Okay, now. That. Let's go to the Buck Docs folder. Rule book. Quick reference card. What the fuck? Log entries. Strange. We got a clue book as well. So we'll be doing this like we've done stuff in the past where we'll go through an area, we'll do the area normally, and then we'll come back around to the clue book and check to make sure we didn't miss anything. Or we might look at the clue book ahead of time and see, like, we might check, like, okay, is there, where are the actual encounters? And then just go through all of the encounters one by one. But yeah, here we go. Yeah, get Drizzed on. I think, did Drizzed even exist at this point? I don't think he did. I think Drizzed was just a dream. All right, what do we got? What do we got? When did Drizzed come out? IBM and Compatible's data card. System requirements. A minimum of 640K system memory is required. The mouse will not work with Tandy graphics. RAM-resident programs may reduce your available system memory below the minimum required for this game. Turn them off if your game will not run. A color graphics card and monitor are also required. A minimum of 2 disk drives, either 2 floppy or 1 floppy and 1 hard disk, are required. A hard disk must have a minimum of 2 megabytes of available space to install the game. Hey, Chiz. I actually looked at doing the C64 version of this, but the DOS version edges out narrowly because it has a sequel. There's a DOS-only sequel that we'll be playing. Installing the game. The disc that came with the game must be installed before you can begin play. To determine the number of formatted floppy disks you will need to install the game, see the table below. From 5 1/4 to hard, from 3 1/2 to hard, no discs are needed. You do not need any discs. What? Why do you need an extra 5 1/4 inch disc if you're installing 2 3 1/2? That seems very strange to me, doesn't it? Why do you need... these numbers don't make any sense. From 3 1/2 inches to hard. Damn it. Damn it, Drizzed was already out. Number if you use the pre-made save. Alright, what do we got here? Boot your system normally with DOS 2.1 or greater. CD Buck, start. Start. I wonder if Tandy sound is any better. Yeah, moving around, overland, combat, aim, 3D move in any menu. Gotta use the mouse, use the keyboard. joystick movement, if you wanted to use the joystick in this game for some reason. Hint, if you find combat too easy or difficult, use the level command. Rulebook, page 7. Skills. Make sure your team members specialize in a variety of skills. Hold on. Keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. Maybe I should screenshot this now. Maybe I should screenshot this now. You should make sure you have at least one medic in your team, and that several of your characters have first aid skill, and all of your characters have maneuver and 0G skill. You should give your medic some points and treat poison skill after training at the first level. One of your characters should also have the astrogation skill because it costs half as much fuel to navigate in space if you make a successful skill check in astrogation. Each weapon should carry more than one type of weapon. You get a combat result of hit for 0 damage. It means that the enemy you're shooting at is immune to that weapon, or that the enemy dodged. If you are unable to hit for damage with a certain weapon, you may want to try a different one. All robots are immune to microwave guns. Ammunition. Clip for all weapons contains 10 rounds except plasma throwers and rocket launchers, which contain only 1 round per clip. They turn purple when they are ready to level up. Game hints. Grenades may be purchased at certain shops and on certain asteroids, so explore. Stun grenades are useful in tactical combat to paralyze enemy characters. Chaff grenades are very useful when facing enemies with heavy weapons or grenades. Throw the chaff grenade in front of your team, and incoming grenades will explode when they hit the edge of the calf cloud. Don't forget to spread out your team members in combat and take advantage of terrain. Your characters will be vulnerable to grenades and heavy weapons when grouped together. SSI, Buck Rogers, and XXVC are trademarks used.
Soro TH chef grenade in front of your team.
Ultimo, thank you for the 100 bits. That was very good. That was extremely mangled. That was very good. Where's that? Let me replay that. Let me replay that. It takes a second to replay it. Oh, what the hell? Replay.
Soro TH chef grenade in front of your team.
In front of your team. There we go. That's the quick reference card. Let's see if it picks up the rule book correctly. There we go. There's the rule book. We're going to look at the rule book now. Hey, Left Empty. I feel like your pronunciation of English is much more understandable than the TTS speaking a language it was not designed for. Countdown to Doomsday rulebook. There we go. It's that one picture of the guy with the space halberd. And like some jetpack men flying in from whatever planet this is supposed to be. Alright, what do we got? Limited warranty. What to do if you have a defective disc? Dump it and put it in TOSEC. Table of contents. Good question. It looks like a halberd. It's hard to see where the thing is. Hey, Stuck Thread. How are you? Hey, Alucard. What comes with the game? You should find the following item. You know what? I gotta put this over here. I can read this better. The following items in the game box: discs, logbook, rulebook, data card. Already read the data card. This rulebook is designed to explain all your options and guide you through playing the game. If you're not familiar with the Buck Rogers XXVC game system, you'll find helpful information about how things work in the logbook. The logbook contains a variety of information, including details about your character's careers, technology, combat, and an introduction to the adventure story. The logbook also includes the map's information, rumors, and stories you will need to play the game. You need rumors to play the game. You will discover for yourself which of the tales you hear are fact and which are fiction. Like the fake entries in Choose Your Own Adventure games. The data card explains how to start the game and select items and menu options with your specific computer. It also shows how to get right into the game without having to read through the rules. You never have to read through the rules. Honestly, never, never, ever. So this just tells you how to do stuff. Exit to DOS/workbench, which is good. Only available on some computer systems. Team creation, non-player characters, viewing characters, character status, adventuring, display screens, points of view, how to use area, what purge and messages do, the solar map, the overland map, combat view. It's all just standard stuff. The outpost menu, this is a little more in-depth. Outposts are pockets of humanity, if not civilization, sprinkled around the solar system. They range in size from city-sized installations on planets to glorified rocket ship service stations among the furthest asteroids. Outposts are where teams can buy new gear and ammunition, get ship repairs, and purchase fuel. The outpost menu allows teams to get to the various facilities that may be found in outposts. Larger stations, of course, have a greater variety of services to offer than the smaller frontier outposts. The bank, downtown, hospital, port, and training. Downtown has submenus for shop, library, bar, and restaurant. You know that we're gonna be going to the bars and the restaurants. We're gonna be taking a gastronomic tour of the 25th century solar system. Port is where ships are docked. Ships are repaired with supplied fuel. Hospital, you can heal. Yeah, eat and drink. All over the solar system. At the restaurants and bars available. Encounters! There's Carlton Motavian. What's his name? I don't know. Combat. How to do combat. Jetpack. You can jetpack. Allows a character with a jetpack to fly over the battle to any square in range. Anyone with a ranged weapon attacking a character using jetpack is firing at long range. Any opponents guarding in squares adjacent to the destination square can attack when the character lands. Jetpack can only be used in outdoor fights. The character must have the jetpack and use jetpack skill. Important. Guard sets a character armed with a ranged non-area effect weapon, laser, rifle, bolt, gun, etc. to fire automatically at the first opponent to move. Characters armed with melee weapons will attack the first opponent to move adjacent. This, That's nerdity. That's good. That's good. Yelp elite status, yeah. Something here. Guard, this is interesting. When did XCOM come out? Like 91, 92? When did Laser Squad come out? Is this the first instance of a game offering what would eventually become known as Overwatch for the Spectrum in '88? Did Laser Squad on the Spectrum have fire on movement? Is the question. Laser Squad was on the Zeddy first? Laser Squad was on the Zeddy first? Interesting. Oh, right. There's some interesting combat options here. Well, you couldn't control them. You can't control them in this either. Generally, the opportunity fire thing, yeah. Intimidate is the skill to project an aura of menace. Aura of Menace is my favorite D&D spell, and to frighten adjacent opponents. Intimidated opponents will be too frightened to move or fight for 1 round. That's a very useful skill when it can be used. Quick turns on computer control. Aid only appears if a team member is bleeding to death. Rebel Star had opportunity fire in 87. Interesting. Only characters with first aid or treat light wounds skill can use this command. Command will perform either first aid or treat light wounds depending on the character's abilities. Also, medics with treat stun paralysis can also use aid command to treat stunned characters. Very important. Team member using aid command must be adjacent to the victim. Sprint lets you double move. Hey Stormcrow, how are you? I've been meaning to play this for a while. Dodge has a character move and try to evade enemy fire at the same time, and receive a temporary AC bonus that increases as he advances in level. Character cannot do anything else in the same segment, including attack or fire weapons. Okay, it's the DOS keyboard. So booty menu. This might be the first game with a booty menu, specifically. Standard, this is standard stuff. This is new. Space combat. Yeah, I decided to go with the DOS version for the superior graphics and the sequel potential. But the sound is a loss which will be mourned. Pilot menu. Fire, target, quit, view, close, withdraw, ram board. Fire allows the pilot to fire the ship's K cannons and missiles. Stack has the greatest chance to hit and will affect random systems on the enemy ship. Target allows the pilot to fire the ship's K cannons and missiles at specific systems on the enemy ship. Targeting is more difficult than the general fire command. Quit ends the pilot's turn. View allows you to examine either the ship or the pilot. Close shortens the distance between your ship and the enemy ship. If the enemy ship is faster than yours and attempts to withdraw, you will not be able to close. The Genesis version has the best music, but not but like it's like redrawn stuff. Hey, Phase. The Amiga version has slightly worse graphics than the DOS version, but better sound effects. It doesn't have the good music of the Genesis version, though. And then the C64 version is unique, but it doesn't have the sequel, and we'd have to use a like untested Easy Flash hack of it to avoid the extreme loading times of the diskette versions. Uh-oh, what is it, Phase? Phase, I think it's fair to warn people that you're trying to entice them to play a TOS violating game. Like, there's already someone out there who plays Viz. Just be happy with that. Don't try to get people in trouble. It's irresponsible. Viz is a TOS violation, and if somebody got away with it so far, that's because they're lucky. So don't bring up Viz here again. Withdraw attempts to escape the enemy ship. If your ship is not faster than the enemy ship, you will not be able to disengage. Don't argue with me, FaZe. This discussion is done. Don't argue with me or you're going to get banned. Ram is an attempt to crash your ship into the enemy ship. Ram uses the pilot's pilot rocket skill to determine success. When ships ram, the damage inflicted on each ship is the tonnage of the other ship. For example, if a 150-ton ship rams a 50-ton ship, the larger ship suffers 50 points of hull damage, while the smaller ship suffers 150 points of hull damage. You just do... So if you have a smaller ship, ramming sucks? Yeah, it's down to whether somebody hits report on it or not. And like, if you play Viz, someone can report you and you will guaranteed get banned. So there's no discussion there. Board is only available if the enemy ship can no longer maneuver and the range is 0 or 1. Okay, so you have to disable their maneuverability to board them. When you board, your team docks with the enemy ship's airlock, and they must fight their way in. Yeah, smaller ships suck at ramming. The only way to salvage a ship is to board it and capture both the control bridge and engineering sections. Sections that have been destroyed do not have to be secured. Only characters with spacesuits or armor can board ships with 0 life support. Got it. Spacesuits are important. There's like heavier armor you can get later in the game, but I think not all of it has life support. You have to have a life support suit to board. Exactly, Cho. Like, Goaty, if you want to see Viz, go ask Goaty to play it. I'm sure he'll be happy to, but it's not something I'm ever going to play here. And I think it's fair to warn people if it's requested on their streams that it is a TOS violation. Fire is similar to the pilot menu command, except that crew members may only fire lasers. Target is similar to the pilot menu command, except it may only fire lasers. Load reloads ship's weapons. This command only appears when a weapon is empty or not fully loaded. Weapons that are ready to be loaded are displayed when load is selected. It is, Grav. It is. And it prominently features a man with a enlarged hairy scrotum, which is clearly against TOS. Yeah, exactly. Jury rig appears when some weapons or system has been damaged. The character has a jury rig skill. Yep. One of the mini games. There's people fucking in the background. Ship systems can only be successfully jury rigged once per battle. Weapons can be jury rigged whenever they are non-functional. You don't get to argue if you get a TOS violation ban. And those bans are like cumulative, so if you get, I think it's 3 bans, it's permanent. They could be permanent right off the bat, because Twitch has a super opaque policy. This is the music from the Genesis version we've got playing in the background. Can only be jury rigged once per battle. Weapons can be jury rigged whenever they're non-functional. The chance for success and degree of accomplishment is based on the character's skill level. When this command is selected, a menu of damaged systems will come up. Okay, good. Command only appears when the pilot is dead or incapacitated, or is the current character to take control and pilot the ship. Put a character with good pilot rocket ship skill into the pilot's position. The first pilot is incapacitated. Aid only appears when a character is bleeding to death. Boost engines. Attempts to squeeze extra speed from the rocket engines. Oh, what is the art? Oh, that kicks ass. That's awesome. Klingon. Hey, Rusty, how are you? Boost engines. This command only appears if the current character has nuclear engine repair skill. Engines may be damaged if the skill check fails. Engines can only be boosted successfully twice during combat. Sensor only appears if the current character has sensor operation skill. This is an attempt to probe the enemy ship. Let's see. Yeah, it does, but it's... Even if it was just a photo of a guy, I still think I would still like it. I would still like it if it was just a photo. Let's see. After your team has defeated the enemy ship, boarded it, and secured both the bridge and engineering sections, a salvage beacon is attached to the Hulk. To the Hulk! A salvage beacon is attached to the Hulk. Oh man, the Solstice TV ad is incredible. And a Neo tug will pick it up. The Space Hulk. Space Hulk is like the Planet Hulk storyline, right? This account can be used to pay for ship repairs, fuel, ammo, and medical supplies at any spaceport. Notice, you can't spend ship credits on personal equipment. At the same time as the beacon is being placed, all salvageable fuel from the defeated ship will be transferred to your ship. Medics on the team will perform whatever services they can for the wounded, and additionally, all possible field repairs will be made on the ship. If there are any valuables on the captured ship, a booty menu will also come up. Your survival guide to the solar system. Mercury was hot, but that was just a winter vacation compared to the heat you're feeling now. You have a salvage account that allows you to like repair, refuel your ship, and then you have personal credits, which are for like buying guns and armor. Your space fighter is miles away, and you and your team are surrounded by assault robots and tearing combat jennies. There seems to be no way out. Or is there? The key to your escape is a lot closer than you think. The Countdown to Doomsday clue book is just the ticket you need to save your space-hardened hide. Detailed maps for the entire game, including locations of all major events in the adventure. Combat tips that allow you to overcome even your toughest foes. Lists of all the opponents in the game with information on their strengths and weaknesses. Lists of which skills are useful. Lists of which skills are useful. Lists of which skills are useful and where to use them. Wait, was it in this? No, it was on the card. Hold on. Let me bring up the card. The quick reference card. For anyone who missed it. Make sure team members specialize in a variety of skills, since all of the general skills will be used. All of the skills will be used. Well, except not the ones that aren't used. Those ones won't be used. Good work. All right, Countdown to Doomsday logbook. I should have screen capped that ahead of time and like put it. So they have some conflict here, right? Because the manual. Hold on, let's go to the manual. The manual has an advertisement for the clue book, And the advertisement says lists of which skills are useful and where to use them. Good. Some skills. All the skills are useful. All the stars are here. All the stars are here. We're gonna look at that, actually. Hey, maybe some of them are used, but they're not useful. Maybe? Is that a situation? No, that doesn't work. Logbook. Questions or problems? Get the hint book. Nope. No game playing hints will be given at this number. If you need hints, call our hint line. Oh, that's Twilight 2000. Yeah, Twilight 2000. That's where Big Magnum is from. And also the cup in Sip. The sippy cup. Ugh. All right. Introduction. Whoa. Oh, we're going to get to see. We're going to get to hear the whole history. Get ready, folks. Get ready. We get the whole history of the solar system. (1990 to 2050). That's 30 years ago to 30 years from now. We're right in the middle of this, by the way. We're right in the middle of this. This is what's happening right now. We're in the middle of this portion of the timeline. Remnants of the old-time Soviet hardliners launched the space weapons platform Masterlink. U.S. strategists send the American ace Anthony "Buck" Rogers to destroy Masterlink. Buck is sent up in an experimental spaceplane, outfitted with a new cryogenic system for high-altitude ejection. Masterlink is destroyed, but Buck Rogers' plane is heavily damaged, and his frozen body floats in space. When Masterlink is destroyed, the Soviet extremists fire a salvo of ballistic missiles at the U.S., the resulting conflict enters history books as the Last Gasp War. World governments look in horror at the insane danger of escalating arms races and maintaining nuclear arsenals. Governments around the globe disassemble their war machines and power shifts from national governments to large international alliances, such as the Russo-American Mercantile and Euro-Bloc faction in the Indo-Asian Consortium. Meant to be brought to school. I read the manuals. It was like an hour drive to the nearest computer game store, so I'd always read the manual on the way back. And I would get excited for the game. It led me to be excited for games that were severe disappointments, like Spellcraft, Aspects of Valor, and Twilight 2000. The System States Alliance forms to represent the three big power blocks and fringe Earth nations to help ensure the survival of a depleted and polluted Earth. Nuclear fusion propulsion technology allows mankind to move out into the solar system. The System States Alliance forms an organized effort to exploit the nearby planets. Ram, having the most clout, grabs the rights to Mars, while Luna goes to Eurobloc, and the Indo-Asians take Venus. Initial interest in the planets is for resources. True colonization is slow at first, as mankind both adapts to alien environments and adapts the environments to mankind. Oh man, Dana. Man, an intervention. You're gonna go to hell for playing D&D. You're gonna go to an even lower, higher, lower, a worse level of hell for playing the Buck Rogers tabletop game. And then don't get me started on if you played the The Jorun Alien Logic tabletop game. 2101 to 2400. Trips to the planets become commonplace, and terraforming technology has transformed the surfaces of Mars and Venus to become more habitable for humans. Genetic engineering skills develop new life forms called Jennies. It can be tailored to nearly any environment or function. In 2275, RAM, groaning under an increasingly large number of terminate and stay resident drivers, repressive Earth government, rebels. Venus signs a non-aggression pact with Mars, and 10 years of war follow. Earth falls into barbarism, with her major population centers left in ruins and cut off from much-needed extraterrestrial resources. At the end of the war, RAM completely dominates the remains of old Earth. Mazes and monsters. In 2275, wait, we already did that one. In 2030-10, refugees from Earth and others who are discontent under RAM domination begin a crash program to colonize Mercury. Asteroids are moved into orbit around the planet and movable cities are built on the surface. Mercury develops an economy based on mini-mig and solar power. Mars and Venus, once forbidding alien wastes, have been terraformed and now support populations in the millions. Bases have been established on Mercury and Luna. Colonies float in the edges of the Jupiter gas clouds, and cities have been carved out of asteroids. RAM rules old Earth with cruel efficiency and an iron hand. Its brutal terrene combat Jennies roam and enforce planet's exploitation. A daring band of rebels called the New Earth Organization is formed to combat RAM domination. I thought Earth was already, depleted. What are they exploiting? 2456. The figure of Buck Rogers has been elevated to a nearly mythical status by media hype. He has become a symbol as the last martyr of old Earth's foolish political struggle. In a strange twist of fate, Buck Rogers, the myth, is recovered alive from his frozen sleep. With his tactical genius and fearless daring, Buck Rogers joins Neo in its battle against RAM. Neo and Buck Rogers form a dangerous plan to subvert RAM control of the Earth. The cornerstone of RAM's dominance of the planet is Gauntlet, an orbital weapons platform originally constructed by the old System States Alliance. Gauntlet had been designed to act as a watchdog against nuclear weapons. Under RAM administration, the station was upgraded to both watch the subservient Earth and completely control all traffic to and from the planet. Buck steals a squadron of RAM's latest space fighters, a squadron slated for Gauntlet's defensive force, and attacks the station. The surprise attack is a success. Without Gauntlet, Simon Holzerheim, the head of RAM, decides that overt control of Earth is too expensive and orders RAM troops off of the planet. The mood on Earth and in Neo is a combination of excitement and dread. The victory seems easy. Too easy. Earth. Now, 2456 now. Earth is under the control of Neo now. But the shadow of RAM is still present. Occasional attacks by RAM military explained away as acts of over-anxious officers and unfortunate lapses of judgment. Neo scrambles to rebuild a shattered planet and build the forces required to fend off RAM attacks. The RAM attacks it feels is inevitable. The team assembles. Buck Rogers! The name is everywhere. Buck Rogers and Neo victory at Gauntlet. Vid at 11. The video network news. People talking on the streets of old Earth. Even in the furthest asteroid outposts, Buck Rogers and Neo are everywhere. There's a feeling of hope now. After years of domination, RAM no longer holds old Earth. And Neo is finally able to make a real stand against the corporate behemoth. Victories, real and exaggerated, boost Neo confidence daily. Neo ranks are swelling with new recruits. Young people who never before felt they could make a difference. Your team is assembled from those ranks. Each member has made his or her way to Chicago. Chicago! Good. Where was I? With plans to join the war against Ram supremacy. Each has visions of great victories, glory, and lasting fame, like Buck Rogers. I remember thinking this game was extremely silly the first time I saw Chicagorg. Chicagorg! Characters and teams. Like Countdown to Doomsday, you must make characters and band them together into a team. The team must have a variety of talents and skills to survive and finally succeed. The following sections describe everything that goes into making a character and assembling your team. Every character has 7 randomly generated ability scores that define the person. The scores describe the character's strength, intelligence, and so on. The value for each is from 3 to 18. Racial ability modifiers. Martians receive a -1 modifier to strength, but they get a +1 modifier to their dexterity. Alright. Strength measures physical power and indicates a character's endurance, stamina, and muscle bulk. Strong characters can carry more weight and equipment without becoming encumbered, and they have combat bonuses when fighting with melee weapons. Swords, monoknives, etc. Okay. That's the thing, right? Is that like, yeah, it's hard to strike a balance between like something that feels earnest and comes off as a little bit silly, but you can kind of say like, you know what? They're trying. They were really into this. As compared to stuff that tries to be silly today or tries to be serious and fails, coming off as like a little, you know, doesn't have the same feeling. I don't feel like people are as into their stuff. When they are into it, it's like you can forgive a lot more. Life Crimson. That reminds me. I'm going to be streaming until about, I think, 7 or 7:30 p.m. Pacific. We got another 4 hours. We're going to have a long stream today, folks. And there is a special treat. When I'm finishing up my stream, Atomic Dragons of Mars should be starting his stream, and we're going to raid him. He's going to be reading the now public domain work, The Eye of Argon, an extremely famous piece of fiction. He will be reading it in its entirety, which will be a wonderful evening for all of us. Anyway, let's see. Where were we? Dexterity measures hand-eye coordination and agility, as well as reaction speed and other reflexes. High dexterity gives characters bonus to avoid being hit during combat, determines how fast they react, and how well they can fire ranged weapons or fly a rocket ship. Yeah, Griner. Do you think it's Grigner or Griner? It could be Griner. Griner, looking for meat. Let's see. Constitution measures physical toughness and resistance to pain and hardship. High Constitution increases the amount of damage a character can withstand before dying. Intelligence measures reasoning ability, memory to some extent, and general wit and cleverness. High intelligence is required for most careers. In the 25th century, stupidity kills. Wisdom measures common sense and ability to understand the ways of the world. This is a skill that both aids medics in making sound treatments and keeps rogues from fleecing the wrong victims. High wisdom gives bonuses to such skills as tracking and planetary survival. Charisma measures persuasiveness and how well others react to a character. Leaders are marked by high charisma and their ability to and this ability is valuable when dealing with strangers. High charisma gives bonuses to skills such as intimidation and acting. Tech is short for technical know-how. Fuck off! Technical know-how is the official name of this stat, folks. Technical know-how. And is a special mix of intelligence and wisdom that measures affinity for machinery and equipment. High-tech scores improve such valuable skills as jury rigging and first aid. The Strength, Con, and Dex bonuses tables start in the appendix on page 39. Ability scores can affect skills. This is described under skills and abilities on page 7, which is coming up soon. Additional things, experience points, level, hit points. We know those. More on attributes. The level advancement tables showing EXP requirements begin on page 40. Character races. Okay, good. This is good to know. Team members could be any of 6 races, 4 human types, or 2 Jennies. Terrans, Martians, Venusians, Mercurians, are all, in spite of some genetic engineering, considered human. Martian desert runners and tinkers are Jennies that have been bred to include non-human characteristics with the basic human genotypes. Each race has unique modifiers to basic attributes, and some careers are limited to certain races. Long section describes each of the races. Terrans are the last of the unengineered humans in the solar system. While the other civilized races have undergone genetic adaptation to suit new planets and environments, the human population on old Earth takes pride in their pure strain. Suffering under the yoke of Ram tyranny has taught the Terrans determination and patience. The Genesis version had an extensive manual, but the most of it was like cluebook and walkthrough. They get all careers, Constitution +1, Wisdom +1. Martians have developed under Ram auspices, the oldest and most advanced civilization in the solar system. The Martians themselves tend to be proud to the point of arrogance. Because of the lower Martian gravity and oxygen content, Martians are slightly weaker than Terrans, but about average for other civilized races. Oh, yeah. The PAL release is probably not great. Venusians are a divergent lot. Venus has 3 distinct cultures beneath its billowing atmosphere. The aerostaters float above the lands and make their living primarily as tradesmen and herders. The ground-dwelling Aphrodisians are farmers, miners, and shrewd traders. The dominant culture on Venus is the theocratic Ishtarians. They control New Elysium, Venus-only major spaceport. I get Constitution and Wisdom +1, but lower Dex and Charisma. Mercurians. Yeah. My planet has far less gravity than yours. Mercurians are a unique and rough mixture of cultures. Originally, Mercury was the site of a large solar energy collection station called Mariposas. Mimosas. The Mercurian Sun Kings are descended from the original Mariposa owners and are quite wealthy. The Sun Kings are renowned for decor that is both fabulously expensive and totally devoid of taste. The remaining 3 cultural groups on Mercury are descended from the refugees that fled to the planet to escape the turmoil in the rest of the solar system. The miners inhabit large subterranean warrens shielded from the intense heat. The musicians are the Mercurian merchant class. The desert dancers live on the planet's surface, continually following the shaded side of the planet. Minus strength, +1 dex, +1 con. That's pretty good. Mercurian is pretty darn good, because they get plus dex, plus con, and strength doesn't really matter for most characters. What we're probably going to do is we're probably going to have 2 Desert Runner Warriors, 1 for heavy weapons, 1 for melee weapons. We might have a Mercurian as a pilot. I don't know about the rest. Maybe we'll have a Martian rogue. We'll see. Yeah, strength doesn't matter except for melee combat. Tinkers were originally bioengineered to include attributes from small anthropoid species such as lemurs and goblins to work in cramped spaces. They are very clever with tools and all manner of technology. Desert runners are one of the oldest bioengineered species and are bred for the savage Martian surface. Their original purpose was to care for large herds of animals that were seeded onto the planet during the late stages of terraforming. The Desert Runners engineers The Desert Runner engineering adds a mix of canine and feline attributes to the basic Homo sapien stock. They can run long distances on all fours and fight viciously with their retractable claws. Desert Runner's claws allows them to do an extra point of damage if they fight barehanded. They can be Rocket Jock, Warrior, or Engineer. And they're basically going to be our warriors. They do get Dex plus 2, though. Yeah. This stuff is cool. That's why I wanted to do the manual stuff and look at all this stuff that there's so much stuff in here and so much information about like how the game works. It fills out the world. It's really good. All. Engineer and medic. We cannot have a rogue. We can't have a rogue who is a tinker or a desert runner. But we can have a rogue. We can have like a Mercurian rogue, maybe. I think Mercurian's going to be best for everything except maybe we have a Martian rogue. Maybe we have a Martian rogue. I'm not sure. We'll see. Careers. Oh, more on races. There are several tables summarizing racial attribute modifiers and allowable careers in the appendix, starting on page 39. That'll be good. We'll be referencing that a lot. There are 5 careers for characters to choose from in Buck Rogers, and each career has a unique set of skills associated with it. Minimum attributes are required for each career choice. For example, medic characters must have minimum scores of 12 in dexterity, intelligence, and wisdom. When creating characters, the career is selected first, and the computer will generate ability scores to fit. Some careers are limited to select races. Rogues, for example, can only be human. Each career has a set of career skills that the character learns while training for a given occupation. The following describes each career. Rocket jocks have what one 20th century author called the right stuff. The right stuff. They are only truly at home when they are clutching the controls of some type of space vehicle. They pride themselves on their ability to outfly and outromance anyone in the galaxy, and too often, they're right. Special abilities. Rocket jocks receive a 10% bonus to all piloting skills. Require dexterity, intelligence, and charisma. They could be human or desert runner. They get a bunch of career skills. Drive jet car, drive ground car, maneuver in 0G, notice, pilot fixed wing, pilot rocket, pilot rotor wing, use jetpack. Warriors dedicate their lives to mastering the skills of combat. Even with the development of fantastic new weapon technologies, battles are still won and lost by men. Or desert runners. Warriors train hard and study strategy and leadership in addition to combat skills. Special abilities. Because of their rigorous training, warriors receive bonuses to the amount of damage they can withstand. Warriors can also attack twice per round with their fists, where other characters can attack only once. Warriors do 1 to 3 points of damage with their bare fists, where other classes do 1 to 2. Every second level, 2nd, 4th, 6th, warriors also receive a specialization bonus to a weapon of their choice. Weapon specialization bonuses can only be a maximum of +3 per weapon. 1 to 3. So 2 to 4 damage. Desert runners do 2 to 4 damage. Desert runner warriors do 2 to 4 damage and attack twice with their bare hands. Anyone but tinkers can be warriors. You get battle tactics, demolitions, leadership, maneuver in 0G, move silently, notice, repair weapon, and use jetpack. Engineers are what hold the world together. Without them, the artifices of technical civilization would crumble. Engineers aren't as cocky and flashy as rocket jocks. They have a similar arrogant pride in their ability. Engineers love machines and fine workmanship. They prefer the company of a cranky ship's power plant to the hubbub of a port bar. No special abilities. No special abilities at all. They can be any race, it looks like. Yeah, any race can be an engineer. They get jury rig, maneuver in 0G, notice, repair, electrical, life support, mechanical, nuclear engine, and rocket hull as career skills. Rogues live by wit, cunning, and oftentimes the misfortune of others. Rogues have talents for fast talking and bypassing pesky security systems. Because of the nature of their work and their ability to make lasting enemies, rogues who live to any noticeable age tend to have very fast reflexes. They receive a 10% bonus to all career skills. They can only be human. Their career skills are bypass security, climb, fast talk, convince, hide in shadows, move silently, notice, open lock, pickpocket. Medics seem to be very popular whenever a team sees any action. When the warrior develops work-related injuries, usually laser holes, or the engineer gets too close to an engine that blows up, the medic puts them back together. Advancements of medical technology will never remove the need for human touch and healing. Medics learn skills such as treating wounds, counteracting poisons, and operating shipboard medical centers. Medic career skills can only be learned by medics. All skills from the other careers can be learned by anyone, although without career bonuses. Help me with this laser hole. What's interesting here is that you get bonus points to spend on career skills, separately from general, I believe. But engineers don't even get a bonus to those skills. Anyone but desert runners can be a medic. Everyone does have notice except medics. Medics are oblivious, I guess. But they have diagnose, life suspension technician, treat critical wounds, treat disease, treat light wounds, treat poisoning, treat serious wounds, and treat stun paralysis. So those skills, you need certain sets of skills, and I have to see if that actually explains it in here or if we have to go to the clue book for how that works. But there's like a progression of like diagnose to treat, and you need diagnose. Poison is, I think, super, super bad, but not as bad as AD&D First Edition. More on careers. The summary of careers allowable to each race is in appendix on page 39. The career skills table begins on page 5. Skills. Here we go. Quick reference card. You need all of the skills. Manual. A few of the listed skills are not actually used. Good. Good. They've been included for use in potential sequel games. Skills. Skills represent specific abilities of characters. For the Rocket Jock, the ability to zig when he's supposed to zig and move every zag when he's supposed to zag. In a space battle, it's a skill called Pilot Rocket. There are two types of skills, career skills and general skills. Career skills are the types of things a character would learn while training for a job. General skills are extracurricular activities that the character might find useful. Characters get points to allocate to skills. Because the player gets to choose where points go, each character develops uniquely. Some commands in the game are only available to characters with the correct skills. Assigning points. 80 points to assign to 8 different career skills, and 40 more for each level gained. 30 points to any single career skill, but more than 15 points may be allocated one time after that. No limit to how many points can be allocated to a career skill overall. Only 80 points total can be allocated to any single general skill. So general skills max out at 80, and career skills have no maximum. New characters may choose a maximum of 7 general skills to start the game with. They can assign 40 points to these skills. Each new level in 1 additional skill and 20 more points to any of their general skills. So you do want to assign, because you only get 1 more per level, you do probably want to assign 1 point to 1 point to any given. Like, you want to get all of the skills that you want so that you can assign them later. So choose the mix of skills wisely for your team character. Career skill points can only be assigned to career skills and not general skills, and vice versa. Each skill primarily uses 1 ability, and so most are listed by their primary ability requirement. Pilot Rocket, for example, is a dexterity skill, while Repair Rocket Hull is a tech skill. Technical know-how skill. The exception to this are the medic skills, which are only available to characters with that special career training. In addition to career bonuses, characters get ability bonuses added to their skills. The ability bonus is simply the character's score for the appropriate ability. Seems fair enough. Skill prerequisites, skill checks. Skill check is used to determine whether a character can perform some action that requires a certain skill. For example, medics make skill checks against their Treat Light Wounds skill to see if they can restore hit points to injured characters after combat. A skill score represents a percentage chance for success on a skill check. If a character has a 75 jury rig skill, he has a 75% chance of successfully jury rigging an average problem. The chance for success changes if the situation is more or less difficult. Okay, so it's just percentage. It's percentage based with a bonus or penalty based on difficulty of the thing. One of the more useless? One of the more useless? Unused skills. A few of the listed skills are not actually used in Countdown to Doomsday. They have been included for use in sequel games. Unused skills are noted in the following section. And also in the clue book. Oh, wait, right. Quick reference card. All of the general skills will be used. Since all of the general skills will be used. They certainly will. All of them. In the theoretical, we plan to use them all. I think the sequel actually uses less skills. There is a sequel, Matrix Cubed. If you had the DOS version, yes, you could transfer. All right, here we go. Here we go. Dexterity skills. Acrobatics is the skill of balancing, juggling, avoiding falling objects, and other unusual feats of dexterity. Climb is the skill of scaling anything from mountains to buildings without the use of ropes. Drive ground car is the ability to use... You know what? Hold on a second. I'll be right back. We're gonna make a list. We're gonna make a list. All right. Drive ground car is the ability to use any type of small wheeled vehicle. This skill is not used in Countdown to Doomsday. Drive star. Drive star. Let's see. Drive jet car is the ability to use any type of small jet-propelled vehicle. This skill is not used in Countdown to Doomsday. Hide in shadows is the ability to use available cover, both shadows and terrain, to avoid detection. Maneuver in 0G is the skill to used to move and work in gravity-free environment. It's a critical skill whenever fighting in a 0G situation. Characters who fail a maneuver in 0G skill check receive a large penalty to their movement and ability to hit targets. Maneuver in 0G is like one of the most important skills in the game. I think like half the game takes place in 0G. Move silently is the ability to travel quietly, even through brush or over rocks and gravel. This ability is used when attempting to backstab in combat. Tech skills. Bypass security. Wait. Okay, we're still in dexterity skills. Pickpocket is used to take small items from unsuspecting victims. Pilot fixed wing craft. Is the ability to fly jet or propeller-powered aircraft. This skill is not used in Countdown to Doomsday. Pilot rocket is required to operate any rocket ship. This is the premier skill of rocket jocks. Pilot rotor wing craft is the ability to fly helicopter-type aircraft. This skill is not used in Countdown to Doomsday. Use jetpack is the skill to operate a personal jetpack. This skill can be used during combat if a character is outfitted with a jetpack. Tech skills. Bypass security is the ability to trace and disable electronic alarm systems. Commo operation is adeptness with communications equipment, including repair and operation. Demolitions is the skill to use, place, and defuse explosive devices. First aid is the ability to perform minimal emergency medical treatment. Characters with first aid are handy during combat to augment medics. Commo operation is like communications. Commo. Communications. Jury rig is the very valuable skill to patch together damaged equipment. Yeah. Here's a cool thing you can't do in this game. Jury rig is a very valuable skill to patch together damaged equipment. This skill can be a real lifesaver during space combat. Prerequisites are repair mechanical and repair electrical. 10 each. Open lock is the skill of picking mechanical locks. Electronic locks are covered under the bypass security skill. Repair electrical is the skill to maintain and repair electrical systems. This skill is used to make field repairs to a ship after combat. Repair life support is the ability to maintain and repair life support systems. It's used to make field repairs to ships after combat. Repair mechanical. Drop of luxury. Thank you for the full year. Jelly donut time.
This skill is not used in Book Rogers. Countdown to Doomsday.
Countdown to Doomsday. Doomsday. Thank you for the 12 months. Such incredible support. I really appreciate it. I think they just like dumped a whole bunch of stuff from the tabletop game in and like didn't think about it, and then they were like, well, fuck. We don't actually use this skill anywhere. All right, let's see here. Repair nuclear engines, repair rocket hull. It's the same thing for each of these. Repair weapon is the skill to restore damaged weapons to service. This skill is used to make field repairs to ships after combat. Repair weapon is only weapons. Only weapons. Sensor operation is familiarity with the operation of sensor equipment and evaluation of sensor data. The skill is used to gather information about enemy ships and crew sizes during space combat. Medic skills. Diagnose is the ability to determine the nature of an ailment or internal injury. Life suspension tech is the skill to operate and diagnose potential malfunctions on life suspension equipment. This skill is not used in Countdown to Doomsday. Treat critical wounds is the ability to deal with severe injuries. Prerequisite is treat serious wounds 40. Treat disease is the ability to treat diagnosed diseases. Prerequisite is diagnose 25.
My God, that's fantastic.
This skill is not used. 10 elements, thank you for the host. I should move this over slightly. There we go. Should be fine. So treat disease is not used. Treat light wounds. Ability to give field aid to minor injuries. It is impossible to treat disease, yeah. There are no diseases in this game. Treat light wounds. Treat poisoning is the knowledge of how to counteract diagnosed poisons. Prerequisite is diagnose 15. Treat serious wounds falls between light and critical. It's only used after combat. Treat stun paralysis. Intelligence skills. Astrogation is the ability to calculate courses, plot the movement of astronomical bodies, and sight on stars. Astrogation is used to find specific locations while traveling in space. Prerequisites are astronomy and mathematics. Astronomy is a working knowledge of the planets, stars, and other astronomical bodies. Prerequisite only. That's important. Battle tactics is the understanding of small group tactics. Combat tactics. If a character makes a battle tactics roll at the start of an encounter, the whole team will receive combat bonuses because they are better able to act as a unit. Disguise is skill in the use of makeup and costume to assume a new appearance. Library search is the skill to ferret information out of computers' library systems. Mathematics is the capability to perform complex mathematical operations and calculations. Prerequisite only. Mimic is the ability to copy vocal patterns and sounds of others. Navigation is the skill to calculate courses and effectively steer a rocket ship on its trip. Prerequisites are astronomy 15 and mathematics 25. Let me see here. So astronomy 20. Prereq. Math. 25. Prereq. Planetology is an understanding of the ecology, climate, geology, and hazards of planets. Programming is the ability to program both planetside and shipboard computers. Prerequisite is mathematics 10. Charisma skills. Act is the ability to memorize and perform lines and take on characterizations. Befriend animal is the skill to relate to animals and create some kind of rapport. Distract is the ability to successfully act as a diversion or to direct a victim's attention. Etiquette is an understanding of the rules and conventions of a culture. This is especially useful when patronizing the better class establishments on outposts. Hey, Retrograde Tom. How are you? We're looking at the manual. That's good. Cool Vic. Cool Vic. Fast talk, convince, is the skill to flim-flam and get others to agree or accept. I'm good at that. Intimidate is the ability to create an aura of menace and danger. Successful intimidation during combat will cause enemies to be taken aback while they decide whether to fight or flee. An aura. Aura of menace and danger. Leadership is the skill to give orders and see that they are carried out. Characters with leadership can, if they make a difficult skill check, take control of NPCs during combat. I'm pretty sure you can take control of... Abs, that's good. The glasses on the normal rabbit. Leadership is interesting because I think you can... I think you can... I think you can use leadership to control Buck Rogers and remove his equipment. Which is funny to me. It's extremely funny to me. Sing is the ability to deliver a tune with a melodious and pleasing voice. This skill can come in handy in outpost bars. Wisdom skills. Notice is a skill of careful, trained observation. Many times, a character with a high notice skill will see things that other team members miss. 100 in Sing. Planetary survival is a working knowledge of how to survive wilderness conditions on a variety of planets. Requisite is Planetology 10. Shadowing is the ability to follow people in urban areas without being discovered. Tracking is the skill to follow tracks and signs in a wilderness environment. Assembling a team. Assembling a strong, multi-talented team is key to success in Countdown to Doomsday. 10 elements. We've only just like perused the different versions of the game on different systems. Hey, Dialad. Yeah, Buck Rogers. It's a very interesting one. We took a look at the version differences. Why didn't that turn off? There we go. Don't need the ultimate running. A variety of careers and skills must be able to deal with many perils and uncertainties of the 25th century. Every team should have at least one rocket jock, one medic, and one engineer. The remainder of the party can be a mix of careers. Take a look at the racial attribute modifiers to select a good mix of races. Skills mix. One character with rocket jock, with pilot rocket. Characters with engineering skills like jury rig are very useful. Maneuver in 0G is used every time the team fights in null gravity environment. Battle tactics is very useful. Leadership, intimidate, navigation, astrogation, sensor operation, demolitions, use jetpack, and move silently. NPCs, digital personalities. Oh, nice. That's nice to have a good send-off. Someone has to move. Yeah, DPS. Let's learn about DPS. In the 25th century, computer technology has advanced to the point that fully aware computer-based intelligences have evolved. These digital personalities can be either purely computer-generated or based on once living mind. The latter are created by mapping the brainwave patterns and memories of a living person to create a software clone of the mind. A suffix of .dos is added to the names of computer personalities for ease of identification. Every planet in the solar system has its own currency system, but the credit has been developed as a common unit of exchange. Bank accounts and interplanetary transactions, for example, are always handled in credits on any planet. The most common form in which to carry money is negotiable credit cards. Each card has a coded strip that remembers how much it is worth. Purchases can be debited from the credit value until it is valueless. Unlike 20th century credit cards, these cards cannot be replaced if lost or stolen. They can be used by anyone who gets hold of the card. Gift cards, yeah. Visa gift cards. Combat. What? Non-player characters? Money? What is this little, like, story snippet? The team moved through the derelict rocket ship carefully. Ulysses, one of the team's 2 warriors, was leading. He strained his senses, trying to pick up any signs of combat jennies or security robots. They had just moved cautiously around one corner into a new corridor when Ulysses heard the distinct whine of a laser firing circuit charging. Security robots ahead. Red, dump a grenade on him. Doc and Ratchet hit him with laser. Looks like it's gonna hit the fan. Whether facing killer Terrian jennies or boarding space pirates, you'll find yourself in combat often in the 25th century. 10 segments. About weight. Each character's ability in combat is defined by his THAC0, damage, and AC. THAC0. Oh, look at that guy. Saving throw versus Angry Man. Leadership skill check. Battle tactics skill check. +1 bonus. -2 combat penalty, and their move is reduced to 3 squares. Combat map, terrain, temporary obstacles, computer control, range, rate of fire, grenades, rear attacks, and backstabbing. Let's see here. 2 characters on one side. A third character can blindside him using a melee weapon. Visitors cannot defend against the second attack very well. Backstabbing is similar to the regular rear attack, except the first attacker and the character attempting to backstab must be directly opposite each other. Additionally, the backstabber must make a move silently skill check. Damage from the backstab is greater than a rear attack. Rogues have bonuses to their move silent skill, and hence the ability to backstab. So, if we do a warrior with move silently, they'll be able to backstab, right? Or are they saying that only rogues can backstab? Unclear. Unclear. But we're going to have our rogue using ranged weapons anyway, so backstab, not really a point. Rocket ships and space travel, medical attention, running away, rocket ships. Atlas of the solar system. You get a little, this is a cool thing. You get to move around. Navigation skill check. Successful navigation, hold on a second. Okay. A successful navigation skill check means that the pilot has charted an effective fuel-efficient course. If the pilot fails the navigation skill check, the plotted course will consume extra fuel. Astrogation is required when attempting to pilot a ship to a specific small body in space, such as an asteroid outpost. If the pilot fails the check, the ship must swing around for another pass through the same area and try again. Oh man, we've got more lore. We've got more lore on all of the planets. Let's go. Let's go. Mercury, closest to the sun and possibly the richest planet in the system, Mercury gathers sunlight via huge satellites known as mimosas. The sunlight is then beamed to the rest of the solar system as microwaves. This provides Mercury with its great profits. The wealthy of Mercury live on the Mariposas. Each satellite is uniquely designed with its own Baroque flavor and decor. Many of the rich enjoy dressing up in styles from ancient Earth. The Mimosas also have the largest number of holidays per year. Each one is an excuse for wild parties and parades. Most of the profits are controlled by an elite group of ruling families, known as the Sun Kings. Presently, the Gavilan family and its allies hold firm control of the government. This faction is very pro-Ram, and much commerce takes place between the two nations. Other Sun Kings have different views, and political infighting is common. It's like Warhammer 40k, but insane. As if Warhammer 40k is normal. Other groups on Mercury include the musicians and the dancers. Their names derive from the fact that most cities on Mercury bear the names of famous composers. The musicians are the merchant class, well-to-do but with little political influence. They're content as long as the economy is strong. The dancers are nomads on Mercury's surface. They travel in great rail cities, searching and exploiting mineral deposits. They are poor and generally discriminated against. They're the backbone of the Mercury for Mercurians movement. The faction's goal is to isolate the planet from entangling alliances such as the current ones with Ram. Since dancers are banned from the satellites, which house the governing Sun Kings, they have little true power. Rail cities. Rail cities. Searching and exploiting mineral deposits on rail cities. Venus. The planet is barely terraformed. Normal humans can only survive unprotected on mountaintops and in the upper atmosphere. The lowlands are filled with jennies and genetically modified jungle. The creatures here are extremely dangerous, and the rain is so heavily laced with acid that it would dissolve an unprotected human in very short order. The intelligent race of jennies, known as the Lowlanders, inhabits this acid jungle. They are believed to be primitive and warlike. Some experts dispute this, since they provide the only known supply of gravitol. Gravitol is required to survive for long periods of weightlessness and is critical to space travel. The humans of Venus, are allied with Neo against Ram. The Lowlanders are more neutral. They will sell to anybody. Because of the Lowlanders' regular commerce and the undesirability of the jungle, it is relatively easy to slip a spacecraft onto the planet, as many gravitol smugglers can attest to. Earth. The homeworld of unmodified humans has been Ram's dumping ground for decades. Recently, with the help of Buck Rogers, Neo has seized control of the planet from Ram. Now, a cold war exists between the two factions. Occasional incidents occur, but Ram blames them on rogue commanders, or Neo infighting. Earth cities suffered badly in the open war, but are slowly being rebuilt. Above Earth is a huge junk belt. Huge junk. Formed from the detritus of innumerable space launches over the centuries. Most of this garbage is completely unidentified, so Neo often sends scavenger parties to investigate. At the heart of the belt is the space station Salvation 3, officially a scrapyard. Actually, this is the top secret base of Neo's military wing. As new recruits, your characters will be based at this station. Lunar peoples are strict isolationists. It was only through Ram's missteps that Luna joined Neo in the last open conflict. Off-worlders are rarely tolerated beyond the spaceport proper. Please go identify this garbage. Oh man, with a Spelljammer engine. What a game that would have been. What a disaster. You can trade rugs and spices for a guaranteed loss between Mars and Earth. Ram's homeworld, which it shares with the Desert Runner Jennies. Ram evaluates everything in terms of profit and loss. In fact, the Neo victory for control of Earth was an effort by Ram to cut losses on an expensive business venture. Humans, being fairly common, are treated at a rather low economic value. The Desert Runners inhabit the fringe lands and are ignored or persecuted by Ram. The runners live in mud huts and often keep herds of hexadillos. Armed only with crossbows, they present little threat to Ram's objectives. Dr. Crossbow. Most of Mars' commerce flows through the Pavonis space elevator, a satellite tied to the ground by a huge elevator. So much traffic passes through that undercover Neo teams use the facility for resupply. Asteroid belt. The asteroids are sparsely populated by the most independent group of humans in the system, the asteroid miners. Many spend months at a time alone, prospecting the many rocks. The many island-sized asteroids make a belt an ideal place for hidden bases. Both RAM and space pirates keep innumerable hideouts, ports, and research stations in the belt. Space combat. 2 days out of Salvation Station, the buzz of conversation in the dull throb of the rocket engine was shattered by the piercing wail of the battle station's alarm. Siren. Sensors have detected a large ship at extreme range. Are they responding to the comm ratchet? They are not responding. Might be a RAM cruiser from the readings. Warm up the lasers. Looks like a fight. Space combat display. All the crew sees are display screens. Summary screen. Space combat skills. Firing ship's weapons. Use their normal THACO to determine whether attacks with the ship's weapons are successful. They lose speed as their hulls and engines are damaged. Is dead in space. When the engine, controls, or fuel reaches 0. The hull reaches 0, it is breached and explodes. So hull, 1 movement point. Engine, 1 movement point. Engine, 3 movement points. Control, engine, or fuel. Once it's reduced to 1 or 0, you can, once it's been disabled, once it can no longer move, you can dock with the board command at range 1 or 0. Then you can salvage it after destroying it. So you have weapons, K-cannon, missiles, and lasers. You have your system status, and the enemy has... What Doc... Would Doc like to? Would Doc like to? Right, now we have a description of the weapons. Gear. Bladed weapons. A broad-bladed sword favored by space pirates. A cutlass. A knife, any short-bladed weapon. Mono knife is a knife made from a single piece of synthetic diamond. The edge is sharpened to a single molecule in width. Monomolecular, hence the name. Mono sword is an entire sword made with the same material and construction as the shorter mono knife. Pole arm, space halberd, is a pole weapon similar to the ancient naginata of old Earth. These weapons are sometimes carried aboard pirate or warships for boarding. Sword, a long-bladed weapon, patterned after the rapier. Ranged weapons, bolt gun, miniature magnetic cannon. Metal bolts are accelerated down the length of the gun barrel by magnetic fields. Desert Runner crossbow, Dr. Crossbow. Dr. X-bow is a weapon evolved from the crossbows of old Earth. Desert Runner crossbows are designed to fire metal bolts, and they are very simple and reliable. They have half the range of a bolt gun. Heat gun, evolved from flamethrowers. The gun has 2 tanks, one with a compressed air and one with a highly combustible fuel. When the weapon is discharged, a blast of superheated plasma is released at high velocity. The fuel recharge for these weapons is fairly expensive, and they are dangerous to use in confined spaces. Laser pistol uses a capacitor system to fire a small diameter beam of coherent light. Lasers are capable of burning through most materials. It can be countered by reflective or curved surfaces. 32 range. Laser rifle is a larger, more powerful version of the laser pistol. Maximum range 120. Microwave gun fires a short-range beam of concentrated microwave radiation. Microwaves can penetrate any non-metallic substance, but are reflected by all metals, and hence most types of armor. Needle gun works on the same principle as the bolt gun, except that the ammunition is small needles. The rocket pistol fires a stubby, self-propelled explosive projectile. Rocket-type weapons are ideal for zero-G combat as they have no recoil. The projectile incorporates a microscopic, integrated guidance system.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Jesus, thank you for the follow. They're actually able to veer up to 20 degrees from their original course. These so-called smart bullets can, however, be thwarted by chaff and electronic countermeasure systems. Rocket Rifle is a larger version of the rocket pistol, firing a bigger, longer-range projectile, up to 80. Sonic Stunner. Put your stunner shades on. Sonic Stunner emits a high-frequency sound that is tuned to the harmonic resonating pitch of most nervous systems. Targets of the weapon must make a saving throw or be rendered unconscious. I believe the Sonic Stunner is completely broken. Here we go. Grenade. Aerosol Mist. As in they literally never work. Sonic Stunners literally never work, if I remember correctly. Grenade Aerosol Mist releases a vaporous cloud designed to diffuse laser fire. This lasts 4 rounds under normal gravity, but dissipates in 1 round in 0G. Grenade Chaff releases a small cloud of metallic flakes and small strips. Chaff offers protection from smart shells, from a rocket pistol or rifle, and stupid explosive projectiles, rockets or plasma. Entering the cloud will explode immediately. Chaff lasts 4 rounds under normal gravity, but dissipates in 1 round in 0G, which doesn't make any sense to me in retrospect. Dazzle Grenade releases a blinding electrical discharge. Characters or opponents in the affected area who are not wearing protective goggles must make a saving throw or be blinded for 2 to 7 rounds. They receive severe penalties to both THACO and AC. Explosive Grenade is little changed from its 20th century counterpart. Explosive grenades are fitted with proximity detonators and fire when they reach the target. Sensitivity of the armed detonator makes these weapons susceptible to premature discharge when entering chaff clouds. 4 to 40 points of damage. Gas Grenade, similar to 20th century tear gas. Anyone entering the cloud without protective gear must make a saving throw or become incapacitated for 2 to 7 rounds. Gas Cloud lasts 4 rounds under normal gravity, but dissipates in 1 round in 0G. Right? Yeah, maybe put a timer on it. Stun Grenade is similar to the Explosive Grenade, except the charge is smaller and the casing designed to vaporize harmlessly rather than fragment. Characters in the area of effect must make a saving throw or be stunned by the blast for 2 to 7 rounds. Grenade Launcher uses compressed air to extend the range of any grenade type up to a maximum range of 12. Plasma Launcher propels a canister of flammable jelly tipped with an igniter. Rocket Launcher is similar to the 20th century bazooka or light anti-tank weapon. Between cooling and reload time, the rocket launcher can only be fired every other round, up to range 40. Battle Armor is made of modular shells of high-density plastic impregnated with beryllium. The armor is further reinforced by an exoskeleton that contains movement enhancers, so the wearer is able to move at a speed comparable to an unencumbered person. All battle armor is outfitted with contained atmosphere spacesuit capabilities. Battle armor with fields is like the above suit, except it has a smart anti-smart shell electronic field also generated to give added protection from rocket pistols and similar weapons. A Nerf gun you put a hand grenade into. Armor, heavy body, is similar to battle armor, except that the plates are somewhat lighter and there's no exoskeleton or movement enhancers. Armor is outfitted with contained atmosphere spacesuit capabilities. Breathing Mask is a self-contained breathing apparatus. Breathing masks are effective against all types of gas. ECM Package attaches to armor and smart suits to protect against smart bullet type rounds such as rocket pistol rounds. Protective Goggles are self-regulating shaded goggles. They can react very quickly to light flashes, and so are extremely effective against dazzle grenades. Smart Suit incorporates internal circuitry and microcomputers for climate control. defense, and communications. The smart suits purchased by team members include contained atmosphere spacesuit capabilities. Spacesuit is an inexpensive pressurized suit that allows the wearer to work in full vacuum or rocket ships with zero life support. Spacesuits are also proof against all types of gas. Miscellaneous gear. Demolition charges are blocks of plastique explosives with a short delay detonator. These can be used to blast stubborn doors. Poison antidote is a general purpose drug that can counteract most common types of poison. Jetpack uses a small turbine mounted in the small of the back to burn condensed fuel pellets to create about 2 minutes of sustained flight time. The unit is controlled by a handheld control unit. Rope is general purpose high test polymer line. This is very handy for many purposes. Gear quality. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. The manufacturing capabilities of the planets vary and is reflected in the weapons and armor produced. The following summarize the effective bonuses. So Standard, Martian, Venusian, Mercurian, Lunarian. 0 to +4. Acid frog. These semi-intelligent creatures were placed into the Venusian ecosystem to help control the population of swamp hornets. They spit acid to attack and are known to sometimes exhibit loyalty to humanoids. Acidicium. These Venusian horrors are a cross between fierce feline hunters and mold-devouring mollusks. Acidicium are often used to guard ram installations in humid climates, since they can feed on molds and spores which grow on the damp walls until more active prey can be found. Experimental Combat Jenny, ECG. Ram military research laboratories have special project teams to engineer ever more dangerous and horrific combat jennies. These beasts are fast and deadly. Cat slug. Isn't there a game with a cat slug as a main character? Desert Runner Warrior. The Martian Desert Runners are proud and fearsome opponents. They're generally armed with the famed Dr. Crossbow. They also have retractable claws for claw-to-hand fighting. Desert Ape. These creatures are a bizarre holdover of the early Martian terraforming efforts. Desert apes have very tough hides and are immune to fire attacks. Hexadillo. This species was introduced to the Martian ecosystem as a food source jenny. Hexadillos are six-legged and covered in bony armor plates. Hyper Crab. The Hyper Series jennies are products of RAM military bioengineering laboratories. The Hyper Crab jenny is not exceptionally bright, but it's fairly fast and possesses a tough armor exoskeleton. Hyperscorp. Another Hyper Series combat jenny. The Hyperscorp has tough armor exoskeleton, and a dangerous poison stinger. Hyper Snake. This Hyper Series jenny is blindingly fast and can avoid most smart shell type rounds, as well as being immune to dazzle grenades and microwave weapons. Humans. From space pirates to assassins and enemy warriors, humans present the most varied and dangerous collection of foes a team can face. Human races include Mercurians, Venusians, Terrans, and Martians. Lowlander. This species was heavily engineered to survive on the surface of Venus. The Lowlanders are based on the human genotype, but have many reptilian features. They have the most advanced and involved culture of all the Jenny races. Ram Combat Jenny. Ram Combat Jennies are custom designed for military deployment in many environments. Ram Guard Dog Jennies. These Jennies have been engineered as guards and support for regular combat forces. They are based on the Terran canine genotype and have keen senses in addition to a poisonous attack. Robots. Mechanical combat and security units come in all shapes, sizes, and degree of armament. Some ships are outfitted with security robots that can continue to defend against boarding parties even after the crew is dead. Assault and combat models tend to have more weaponry and armor than security robots, but they are all single-minded and dangerous. Sand Squid. The opportunistic Martian omnivore uses its speed and camouflage to attack unwary victims. This Jenny was created to deal with the insect and animal pests, which resulted from terraforming and populating Mars. Space Rat. The origins of this species are not clear, but space rats have proliferated and followed mankind throughout the solar system. The Swamp Hornet. The Venusian Jennies were engineered to fill a scavenger role in the ecosystem during later terraforming. Terrene. These killers are the ram combat Jennies that were originally bred for service on old Earth. They have a reputation across the solar system for the delight they take in acts of cruelty and subjugation. Ursatter. This Venusian predator, which is a cross between a snake and a bear, has inherent armor and feeds mostly on acid frogs. Yeah, the Ursatter. Snake bear. Then we have log entries. We have many log entries. And then tables. Now, something interesting here is we want to look at the rocket jock. Tinkers cannot be rocket jocks, but desert runners can. And desert runners don't get... They get a charisma penalty, but we're going to have probably 3 desert runners in our party. We're probably going to have 3 desert runners, 2 tinkers, and a human is likely what we're going to have. Likely what we're going to have. Yeah, so up to 22 strength, plus 10 damage bonus. Oh, right? So desert runners get plus 2, so they can have up to 20, which means they get a plus 6 damage bonus. You can't have 3 desert runners. There's only 2 sprites. Shit. So that a desert runner warrior gets... They do... Hold on. I gotta think of this. A desert runner warrior attacks twice in melee, and unarmed, they do 7 to 9 damage? No. 7 to 10 damage. They do 7 to 10 damage unarmed and attack twice. Yeah, ranged combat bonus. We get plus 3 with a 19 and a minus 4. And at 20, we get... it's the same. 19 and 20 are the same. Interesting. That, yeah, we're going to have a Desert Runner Monosword specialist. That is planned. So a Mercurian and Martian are equally good in ranged combat to a Desert Runner, because plus 1 and plus 2 are the same on the dexterity table. 19 and 20 are the same. 21, we get the Tinker. At 21, they're better. 16, 17. So 16 plus only matters for Warrior. So as long as we have the other characters have their Constitution, even a -1 Constitution doesn't make any difference. Right? -2 Constitution doesn't even make any difference except for a Warrior, because it's all plus 2. So that's good as well. We don't have to worry about Constitution penalties. Rocket Jocks. Yeah, Tinkers can't be Warriors anyway. Warrior level, Engineer level, Rogue level. Do Rogues advance faster? No. Warriors advance slower. And Medics advance slower. Nobody else matters. Mono's sword is 1d10 damage and hits twice. Dr. Crossbow is 1 to 8 and hits. Rocket pistol hits. Look at this. Look at this. The needle gun, by the way. Needle gun is like the best weapon in the game. Get a Lunarian needle gun and you're unstoppable. Also, I think needle guns don't have any direct counter. There's only a couple enemies in the game that are explicitly resistant to needle and bolt guns. But yeah, needle gun's very, very good. Now the thing is, if you get a Lunarian needle gun, it's 5 to 7 damage per attack. So you multiply your bonus damage. Yeah, exactly. It's 5 to 7, which is a lot. It's a lot. The rifles are okay. Laser pistols aren't terrible, but they can be broken by aerosol. So I think, if I remember correctly, you basically want everybody to have a rocket pistol and a bolt or needle gun of the highest type. And you want a rocket pistol or a microwave gun and a bolt or needle gun, basically. Lasers don't have the damage to make up for their shortcomings. Laser guns are kind of the worst. And then you want one person who's yeah, exactly. Exactly. They're the most reliable. So everybody has a needle gun or a bolt gun. Once you get high-level needle guns, you can ditch everything else except heavy weapons. But yeah, plasma and rockets, you want one person who's heavy weapons for those. Which is usually one of your warriors because they have high strength. What else? We got technical skills and where they're used. Oh, right. I forgot to write down life suspension, treat, disease, diagnose is used in adventuring. Those are prerequisite only. Did this start over here? Hold on a second. Right. Drive, pilot, pilot. Glossary. Credits. Heroes, for the new decade, fight the good fight. Science fiction fans, rocket into the 25th century. For your ultimate space odyssey, join the forces of the New Earth organization to help Buck Rogers and his allies battle the Martians' tyranny. This game is for the first time role player and expert players alike. If you liked this computer game, you'll love the Buck Rogers XXVC role-playing game. Box set available at hobby stores. Hobby and bookstores. So the last thing we're going to check is we're going to check the clue book. Now, I got to see skills in the clue book on 7. Yeah. Yeah, so check this out. We'll take a look at this. So this is the skills section in the clue book. So someone has written in library search here, and it even got partially OCR'd, which is good. Even the clue book was incomplete. So, all medic skills. Diagnose only requires 15 points to be effective. We'll write that. Diagnose 15. Repair electrical, notice, programming, treat poison, maneuver in 0G. Programming, fast talk, convince, bypass security, open lock, demolitions, notice, bypass security, open lock, demolitions. Pardon me. Notice, planetology, disguise, etiquette, planetary survival, programming, demolitions, climbing, bypass security, open locks, library search, befriend animal, hide in shadows, pickpocket, climb acrobatics, intimidate, disguise, befriend animal, acrobatics, intimidate, fast talk, pickpocket, bypass security, maneuver in 0G, repair electrical, demolitions, sing. So, if I'm not mistaken here, shadowing is never used in the main game. Shadowing is never used in the main game. Pickpocket, I think, also is not used in the main game. No, it is. It's used once. It's once. Twice. Hide in shadows is used once. Looks like once. Hide in shadows is used once.
Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt.
Bit of lore.
Bit of law. Hey, Way Out West, thank you for the 100 bits. So yeah, bypass security, open lock is used constantly. Fast talk is used frequently. Notice is used constantly. So we'll have one person with like maxed out notice. We'll figure out how to do this. We'll figure out how to do it. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and then let's get into character creation. I'll be back in just a bit.
Les sanglots longs des violons de l'automne blessent mon cœur d'une langueur monotone. Tout suffocant et blême, quand sonne l'heure, je me souviens des jours anciens, et je pleure. Et je m'en vais au vent mauvais qui m'emporte, de ça, de là, pareil à la feuille morte.
Left Empty, thank you for the 100 bits. I don't know what that says, but thank you. Good night, Left Empty. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay, everyone. I am back. We are ready to do character creation. Ready for character creation. Disguise. All right. Keyboard. Temporarily mute that. Wait. Why are there multiple? Here we go. Let's mute that. Mute that for now. Start up. Start up this. We can hear the good music. I like the way it looks in the CRT on the capture. We'll watch the intro one more time. There we go. Play. All right, we're going to create characters now. Let's see. Create new character. Desert Runner. Male. Warrior. Those are not bad stats. Do not reroll stats. Lord Beef. Weapon specialization. Monosword. Okay. Lord Beef. What is Lord Beef good at? We don't want leadership. Because as funny as it is, we don't need to take control of NPCs in battle. Or do we? Are we going to need to take control of NPCs in battle? I don't know. But we're going to give him... Add. Okay. Maximum move silently. Maximum move silently. By the way. Hey, Lars. Lars Mandel. We are looking at character creation in Buck Rogers' Countdown to Doomsday on DOS. Maneuver in OG. Yeah, stealthy 20, strength 20 warrior. We'll be dealing with that. We do want maneuver in 0G. Up to like at least 10. Battle tactics? I guess this will be our battle tactics guy. We don't need leadership. We don't need... Yeah, this will be our battle tactics guy. Only in general skills. So in general skills, you want one in certain stuff, and then you want to specialize. But yeah, let's see here. Maneuver in OG 15. I think we'll get a chance to have stuff. Repair weapon is only spaceship weapons. And since this guy's going to be shooting a lot, he's going to be the laser man, owing to his excellent THAC0. We won't need that. We'll give him 1 point in notice. We'll give him 1 point in leadership. 1 point in demolitions, 1 point in weapon repair, just so that he's able to do it. And then we'll put the remaining point in maneuver in 0G. Now we get to here, right? First aid, we definitely want. We don't care about most of this stuff because they're going to be class skills, and he's not going to be doing any jury rigging. We don't need him to have any of those skills. We don't need him to have any of these skills, but we'll give him 1 point in hide and shadows, just in case. We will give him intimidate, because I think it's funny. You can rig the jury. All right. And so what we'll do is we'll give him, we're going to give him a pretty substantial first aid skill. All right. In addition to first aid, we'll give him 1 point in befriend animal and the remaining points into intimidate. We're going to give him super high intimidate. And this is our swordsman here. They spelled disguise wrong. They did. Yes. Save Lord Beef. Yes. All right. We've got Lord Beef in the party, or in the character roster. We're going to create a new character. We're going to second Desert Runner Warrior. This will be too many guns. Now, if I'm not mistaken, you cannot specialize in heavy weapons, right? You cannot specialize in heavy weapons. So we're going to specialize too many guns in the needle gun instead. Now, too many guns doesn't need move silently. They do need maneuver in 0G. And we're going to give them full notice. They're going to be our notice person. They're also going to be our demolitions person. I'll give them 1 point in leadership so they can get a leadership role. Just backup rolls, just in case. And we'll give them a few points in repair weapon. The remainder to maneuver in 0G. They're also going to get like 10 points in first aid. And let's see here. Climb, acrobatics. They're going to be our backup pilot, which isn't going to be great. We'll give them... Fast Talk and Convince we're going to give to our robot jock. So let's give them sensor operation. They'll be our sensor person. Because we're going to max out the stats on each of these, and it doesn't matter what their skills are for combat. So either of they're very good at censoring things. Sensors. Okay. None of this stuff is any good. We'll do etiquette, distract. Yeah, there we go. That's max skills, and then we'll add the remaining points to pilot rocket and first aid. And then this is too many guns. This is what too many guns looks like. Now let's create we want a rocket jock.